Hey everyone, how's everyone doing tonight? It's been an eventful day on social media with T. There's a lot that's happened, and we're going to go over that, as well as go over some family dynamics in the Stauch household and different things pertaining to custody and all of that stuff. I did put a link at the very, very beginning of the chat that was a video done by Peter Hyatt. He is the same gentleman who did the analysis, the statement analysis on Tisha, and his video is very interesting, extremely interesting, actually. I'm going to go over that. I hope some of you were able to watch his video because it piqued my interest for sure. It was a lot to try and decipher. I have like 3 pages of notes I'm going to try to talk about on that. But first, I want to go ahead and play this video. This video was released today. We did upload it to the YouTube channel. It's very, very hard to hear and listen to. I would like to get all of your thoughts on it and what you think. Hey, Doodlebug. Oh, did she? I'll have to watch that when the live is over. I respect that, Nada. I respect that. I do think it's important that we share it here. It is hard to listen to. It's very sad. I can't. Hey, honeybee. I can't. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it. What did I just see? Stacy. It is a full moon. Yes, it is. It is, love. Glowing Ember, you watch the analysis. You enjoy analyzing handwriting, body language, and statements like he just did. Our unconscious is so interesting. It is. Hey, Mom with Fur Babies. Hey, Amy, Doodlebug, Kristen and company. Hi, Jana. Yeah, I'm going to play the video. If it's triggering or upsetting for any of you, I am so sorry. So sorry. Yes, Doodlebug, it's a snow moon. Hey, Irish. Des Harris says, Danielle, it makes me think she hurt Gannon that night and thought it was serious the next day. So what did she do to cover it up? You know, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Hey, Trina. Oh, Joan, you're okay. Don't ever be sorry for falling asleep. I should have went to sleep last night too. I was up very late, extremely late, but hey, it's okay, right? Amy Ashley said everything T has said today is making me have a second thoughts on her guilt. Then I think, is she fooling me? Yeah, you know, I'm very torn. I've read a lot of stuff today and I'm torn. Polly's cookies. Wow, that's interesting. Peter Hyatt is from your state in Maine. He did a statement analysis for the Madeleine McCann case. I am very, very intrigued by Peter. Very intrigued. Hey, Audra. Hey, Rosemarie. Hi, Tracy Walker. So T said that she accidentally took this video. I'm going to go over some of the stuff that she said all over social media today. It is a nightmare. We were talking about it. The Real Massacre team was talking about it. And I said, I'm convinced that I do not like Tisha's personality. Does that mean that she has done something to Gannon? Absolutely not. Being objective to this, Tisha needs to get a lawyer. And that is just my opinion. She needs to get a lawyer because she is doing serious damage to herself across social media. her interview that she voluntarily did. And I'm in no way trying to protect anybody. I'm on Team Gannon here. I want Gannon brought home safe. I want to know where he is. But I do think that Tisha is a human being. We don't know if she's involved because we don't. We don't know. We're all speculating. But she's not doing herself any justice online. No justice at all. Philly, I'm not sure if she can afford a lawyer. I would think at this point that Gannon's case is so high profile that somebody would offer their services to her. That often happens when cases become so prevalent in the media and get such nationwide attention. You know, a lot of lawyers will say, "Hey, let me help you." She needs somebody to speak for her because she's not helping herself. And again, I'm not defending her. I just think that I see all this stuff today and I'm like, "Oh my gosh." And then I read all the comments and even the comments on my videos and everything. And Tisha's interview, in fact, that video, the comments on there, it just seems to be the general consensus that people do not like her. And unfortunately, Tisha is the one that has portrayed herself that way. She did that. She put herself out there. She did an unscripted interview. She chose to have her back to the camera. She chose to say the words that she said. So the fault lies within her. We all have choices and we all make choices and we all have to be responsible for those choices. Tisha can't be mad at the public for something that she put out there. Yes, Iris, she is very unlikable. It's very hard to like her. And like I said, looking at it objectively, as a person who doesn't like her, but let me be objective, she needs a lawyer. She needs somebody to represent her. She needs somebody to be her spokesperson, something. Oh, is there a support T Stauch group? That's interesting. There are 365 members in there. Wendy, I'm actually going to get to that. She has not shown any concern for Gannon missing. I'm going to go ahead in a little bit and read everything that T posted today and the comments and her responses. And you guys, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. I'm sure most of you have seen it. It's a disaster. Before I do that, I am going to show this video. I know it's triggering. I know it's upsetting. I know it hurts our hearts, but I have to show it because it is important to the context of what we are speaking about tonight. And I'd also like to point out that right now is day 13, the end of day 13 of Gannon missing. The number is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. For anybody that has any credible tips, not speculation, credible tips for you to call the El Paso County Sheriff's Office with and, give them any leads that you do have. And they updated a little bit ago. I can read that update to you from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. It's pretty brief. It just says, we continue to search specific areas based on tips and leads in this investigation. The investigation and the search processes will continue to run parallel in hopes of finding Gannon and bringing him back home safely. So they are still searching. It looks like they are searching specific areas for Gannon. Tomorrow's 2 weeks, guys. 2 weeks tomorrow, and it's been a long 2 weeks. I think many of us have lost a lot of sleep wondering where Gannon is. We're all hopeful that he's going to come home safe, and I can't imagine the pain that his parents are in. So, Casey, I'll read the stuff. I mean, Tisha came out swinging today. Not only was she trying to defend herself, she once again is trying to destroy Landon's character. And there's definitely resentment between or from I shouldn't say between, I should say from Tisha towards Landon. And like Peter Hyatt said, that resentment shouldn't be relevant right now. It shouldn't. The concern should be for Gannon. There's no reason to publicly bash the mother of the child who has been missing for almost 2 weeks. I mean, and she even blamed her today. She even made comments today blaming Landon for his disappearance. And how Tisha can do that blows my mind because Landon was in South Carolina. Landon was nowhere near Gannon when he went missing. So, I don't know. At the end of the day, the most that I can decide on is that Tisha has a very poor character. A very poor character. And what that means, I don't know. One of our group members, and she's also one of our subscribers, actually had a good theory I wanted to talk about. We're going to talk about that. But first, I want to play this video while it's fresh on my mind and pulled up here on the screen. So just give me 1 second, guys. It's a pretty, I cut it. This is only 50 seconds, so it's not the whole video that everybody saw earlier. It is the one that's posted on our YouTube though, so. Let me fix the screen here so you guys can all see the full video and hit play.
Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay. Pinky promise. Okay. So, listen. All right, we're gonna sell stuff to fix it. Okay. So we figure out what we're gonna sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So, lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay, you got it.
So it's hard to take. It's hard to take for sure. A lot of people say that they hear pain in that video. I hear a mixture of pain and fear, I guess. It's very hard to hear. And I think what's so upsetting to me about this video, I actually had one of Tisha's friends, she may be listening now, comment and defend Tisha against this video and, said that this was great parenting and stuff. And I respect a difference in opinion. I think where I have a problem is that Tisha talked in comments on Facebook today about how she was going to sell Gannon's Nintendo Switch. And we've all heard how much he loves Sonic. And our research team has also looked up Albert's pay scale and the amount of money that he would be bringing in monthly. And I can assure you, they could afford to patch carpet. It's not like whatever happened to the carpet ruined the entire basement carpeting. I'm imagining that it was a small area, and it's not expensive to patch carpet. It can be done. It doesn't cost tons of money. When you rent a house, and this is a rental house, um, when you rent a house, you pay a deposit. So in this video, she's lying to Gannon, telling him that they're going to get kicked out. That's not true. Your landlord is not going to kick you out. At the most, if you don't repair the damage, you're not going to get your security deposit back. 2, it's not expensive to patch carpet. It really isn't. And it's just, I have a lot of problems with that video. I have a lot of problems. I know that none of us are perfect as parents, but it's just too, in my opinion, it's too coincidental that she was filming that on accident. That's just too coincidental for me. Maybe she was going to send it to Albert. I don't know. Tracy, this video came from Tisha herself. She posted this earlier and then she deleted the post. But, there's a lot of people out there who grab posts as soon as they're posted. And so it's a hard video to listen to. I don't know what to even make of it. I really don't. Because she's not screaming at him. She's not cussing at him. She seems fairly calm in the video. And I'm not sure what that means. I don't know if that is her parenting style. I don't know if there's a lot that I don't know or that any of us don't know, but I do know that I just get horrible, horrible vibes from the video. It's upsetting. Somebody asked me to play it again. I really, I'll play it one more time. Okay, this is it. I'll play it one more time because I really don't want to keep playing it over and over again. It is a triggering video for sure. So let me play it for you guys so you can listen to it. I probably got to get back in it here. Hold on. Yeah, I do. One second. Hmm. Oops.
Gannon, this is the last time I want to ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, you promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right. So listen. All right, we're gonna sell stuff to fix it. Okay, so we figure out what we're gonna sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we got. Don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house.
I'm going to have to rewind it because it's dead. Play it one more time.
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I want to ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, you promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay. All right. So listen, listen. We're, all right. We're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay. So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So, lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay. You got it.
So it's sad. Gannon was so upset in that video. So upset. Hey, Mignon. Hey. Dawn, apparently he knocked over a candle in the basement. That's a good question, Kristen. Why would he do that on purpose? Was he mad at her? Swear you didn't do it on purpose? Question. Let me highlight that really quick. It's a lot to take in. Julia, I don't believe she was burning candles. We showed the text messages the other day, and there was a text message sent. I can probably pull them up again. I'm sure I still have them. Something about he knocked over a candle in the basement. He lit a candle and knocked it over. So I'm not, we aren't sure. We weren't there. All we have is the text message that was sent on an Apple Watch or showed up on an Apple Watch. So I'm just reading some of your guys' comments here. Aaron, I think a lot of people have thought that or asked that. I don't know. Honestly, this is just soul draining. It's draining. Where is this little boy at? And why is Tisha putting all this stuff on Facebook? I don't understand. It's hard for me to understand somebody's behavior that I can't relate to. So I don't know. She feels the need to defend herself, and I understand that. But at the same time, she's the one who brought the spotlight on herself. And that brings me to Peter Hyatt's video that I watched earlier. And I'm just going to read the notes that I took because I can't share his video. I did put the link in the very beginning of the live. I can probably link it again in just a few for you guys to watch when this is over. But Peter did a breakdown of Tisha's interview, and it was very interesting. He stated, Tisha begins her interview with the word okay. And that is her way of wanting to be seen as a good person. When people use that word, that is their way with trying to connect with the people that they're speaking to, and so on. He goes on to say that resentment is part of her priority. She wants people to know that she took care of Gannon, which is inappropriate because the focus should be on finding Gannon. The focus should be on what Gannon is going through. The focus should be on that Gannon is missing. However, Tisha wants us to see in her interview and wants viewers to know that she took care of Gannon. That's important to her. Tisha was never asked by the reporter if she hurt Gannon. She introduced that herself. Tisha introduced the words, "I never hurt him." And by using the words never, Peter says that expands the time. That could mean, in her entire relationship with Gannon, that she never hurt him. But it's still interesting that she chose to bring that up herself. She wasn't asked, on camera, did you do something to Gannon? She voluntarily says, I never hurt him, which is a red flag. He also kind of touched on Landon's interview and said Gannon's mother projected her own legitimate fears to the public, which is significant of parental instincts. Did she have to do that? No. But she did, and that's a sign that she is genuinely concerned about her son, and those are her true feelings. Tisha says in her interview that she's aware that there are questions, and she is vocal about that. And this is really interesting because the only time that she expresses concern in her interview is when she says this: I was really concerned about my daughter. Not once does she say, I am really concerned about Gannon. She's concerned about her daughter and what her daughter went through with the police showing up when they were shopping and taking the car from Marshall's. It's really interesting when you think of that and you rewatch your interview and you catch that. Peter also went on to say that parents have a natural resistance towards using past tense, especially when it comes to their children. They don't talk about their children in past tense. However, Tisha spoke about Gannon a couple times in past tense, and that it could have been a slip up. He referenced it or compared it to Casey Anthony, and Casey Anthony slipping up about Kaylee and then catching herself. Peter went on to say that during that interview, Tisha made herself a victim of Landon. She made herself a victim of the police. She made her daughter a victim of the police. But she never speaks about Gannon. She never speaks about what Gannon is going through, or it's about her. She's victimizing herself in this statement or in this interview, and that's very concerning when the focus should be on an 11-year-old missing boy. That's what's concerning. Peter Hyatt also said that the context is key. We, as adults and as parents, we meet a child's needs with an activity. That's instinctual. If a child is sad, we hug them. If a child is hurt, we try to help them, fix their boo-boos, put a Band-Aid on them, depending on what's wrong with it. If a child is angry, we try to calm them down. And when a child is missing, parental instinct becomes impotent because a parent has no control over what is happening to their child. So what we saw displayed in Landon's interview was pure grief and fear because her parental instinct has been made impotent. She has no control over her son's well-being, and that is a scary situation as a parent. You don't hear that with Tisha. That's the difference between the two. Peter also went on to say that Tisha, she has a low priority interest of what Gannon is experiencing. She doesn't speak about how Gannon could be in fear, how Gannon could be hurt. I'm so scared for Gannon. There's a lot of things that she doesn't say. So sometimes while we listen to the words that do come out of her mouth, a lot of what she doesn't say is important as well. Peter said that's not a good sign. Those are his words, not mine. When she speaks about Gannon, she doesn't use the word my. She doesn't say, my stepson Gannon, my child Gannon, my Gannon. She calls him this child. This child is what she refers to him as. That is pulling herself detaching herself from Gannon, which is interesting. Um, Peter noted that she had a defensive posture. He also noted that the deception that is being seen in this interview could even pertain to what Tisha was engaged in, what activities she was doing, or what was happening around her when Gannon went missing. He referenced, I don't remember if he said the case or not, but there was a case that there was deception. A little girl went missing, and there was deception indicated in her father's interview. And that deception stemmed back to the father was intoxicated when the little girl went missing. So, she wasn't killed by her father. Somebody else took the little girl. It was like a local child molester or something, took the little girl and killed her. But the father displayed deception because when his little girl went missing, he was drunk. Hey, Joe. Um, and Peter also pointed out that we all go into this interview unbiased. Before we saw anything from Tisha, we really had no idea what to expect. We all went into this interview unbiased and wanting to believe her. I did it. I know that's true for myself. I went into that interview wanting to see what she had to say about the disappearance of Gannon. And Manda, I know that he is. Are you telling me that he's a statement analysis? Or are you telling somebody in the comments? Because he did a video. He is a statement analyzer, but he did a video on this. Or maybe you're telling somebody in the comments. If you are, I'm sorry. Anyways, so Peter goes on to talk about how Tisha talks about Gannon in the past tense, and it's important to try to understand what she is referencing in the past tense. He explained that while it's unlikely, it could be possible that because Al threw her out of the house, Tisha knows that she is never going to parent Gannon again. That could be where the past tense comes in. However, her motive of the interview is to get public apologies. Peter referenced that Tisha knows or believes that Gannon is not coming home, and it's important to remember that language guides us. Why would she believe that Gannon is dead? She stated 2 separate times about hurting Gannon and saying that she didn't hurt Gannon, but nobody asked her that. She volunteered that information up. Sometimes people tell you things by denying them. It's very, very important to, I could give so many examples of situations in my life where I've caught somebody red-handed because they told me what they didn't do when it was something that I never suspected. I hope that makes sense. Peter went on to say that, she appears to be very self-centered. Tisha appears to be very self-centered, and we need to consider that is what Gannon has experienced in his life and in his home life. He has experienced a stepmother who comes off as self-centered. So that would have an influence on Gannon's home life, his happiness, his security, how he relates to his parents, how comfortable he is with Tisha. That's very important. And finally, the context that Tisha displays about Gannon is about his obedience to her. That's what she talks about when it comes to Gannon, is that he was obedient. He was helpful around the house. He would help with the dogs. There's very little, if any, concern for his well-being. I guess unless you consider the very end of that video that was dubbed in and she's crying with her back to the camera. So If you haven't watched that video, it is at the very, very top of this chat. I will link the video again, and it is very interesting. I think I watched it 3 times today because I want to make sense of all this. I think like all of us do. Let me read some of your comments really quick and get caught up here because it's hard to stay in tune with the chat and talk and at the same time. Hybrid Pisces, yes. He didn't sound like a defiant child in the candle video. He sounded very submissive. Very submissive. So it's, hey, Madame Deficit. When a child is terrified of you, you don't badger them about effing carpet. She could care less if he's in pain. Danette, you truly believe that the little sister, Lena, knows what truly happened that evening. Oh, this chat's moving fast, guys. Thank you. Thank you. And Mata, you think she sees Landon in him and takes the anger out of Gannon. That's interesting. So the one statement that I found extremely interesting from Peter was that Tisha's deception can be about what she was engaged in when Gannon went missing. I think that's very interesting because one of you down in the chat said today in the group, and I think this is an interesting theory. Definitely think it's an interesting theory to explore. Let me pull it up here on my phone. I got it saved. I just have to get to it. And we'll get to all of Tisha's Facebook activities today. We'll get to that in just a little bit because there's a lot to cover there. Oh my goodness, is there a lot to cover there? Let me find this question. It says, what if Gannon was so worried or scared about the carpet issue? They went to Petco. He could have gotten out of the truck while Tisha was inside to run away. Maybe she sees him doing this, as we have a witness saying she's interested in looking outside. And knowing that he's gotten out, she leaves the parking lot as a way to teach him a lesson. Like, I'll show him what happens when he gets out of the car. She comes back later to realize she can't find him. Maybe she goes back into Petco to look for him. She has to get back home because Lena's bus will be dropping her off. She can't explain or won't admit that she left the area of where Gannon got out of the truck. So the story of going to a friend's house emerges. This is just a theory. I think that's an interesting theory. I think that is interesting, especially in light of Peter saying deception can be about what Tisha was engaged in when Gannon went missing. What do you guys think about that? That's a good point, Des. There are cameras at Petco. That's a good point. And, law enforcement they changed Gannon's status to endangered and missing from an active runaway. So I would think that if they got that surveillance footage, that would have shown him in the camera. That's a good point. But I do think it's a valid theory. I do think, even if it wasn't Petco, because there's that 2-hour time gap. that she went to Petco the first time and she went to Petco the second time. So there's that time gap. A lot could have happened. We don't know where else she was at in that 2 hours. I think that's fairly plausible. Fairly plausible. Or it's plausible that somebody took him out of the car and she's afraid she's going to be in trouble for leaving him in the car alone. It was your theory, Amanda. I wasn't going to say that. I was going to wait for you to say it. It's probably one of the best theories that I've heard that doesn't point direct guilt at Tisha for harming this child, but still would explain her deception. That's, Julia, she bought 3 dog jackets. She bought 3 dog jackets at Petco. Dawn, I have no idea if she did drugs. No idea. You're right, Joe. That would be on video if someone took it from the truck. But what if they stopped somewhere else? Did you guys notice the other day? I found this interesting. I might have the photo somewhere. I found it very, very interesting. One of the search areas that they were searching, I want to say it was Friday maybe or Thursday, when they had the whole command center set up. There was a picture of searchers in the field with dogs. And right next to that was a school bus parking garage area where a bunch of school buses were parked. I found that interesting considering Tisha's history of being a teacher. It could just be totally coincidence too, I don't know. It was just something that I caught and thought was interesting. There would be no reason for all of these lies if someone took him from the truck. That's true. I don't know. Unless she's scared. But still, I still don't understand. So maybe I'm being small-minded because I'm looking at it from my own perspective. If I have a child with me and somebody takes them from my vehicle when I run into a store, the first thing I'm going to do is call 911. I don't understand why people would not do that if that was the case. I have a hard time relating to that. I don't think Tisha spoke at the vigil. I don't think so. If she did, that's something I haven't heard yet. That's a good point, Mignon. If that was the case, what was with the food containers being removed? Trina, what does her body language say to you? That's interesting. It is interesting, though, that, she was worried about replacing the carpet and the cost of it and going to have to sell things to do so. But she bought dog jackets. I mean, I know the prices aren't comparable, but when you have something come up unexpected that is an unexpected expense or repair and you don't have the money for it, I don't think buying dog jackets would be a priority, I guess. I don't know. Everybody handles their money different, though. It's interesting for sure. Car Guy 72. That's Joe, if everybody doesn't know. Her body language says guilty to me for not facing the camera. I think her reasoning for not facing the camera was that she was getting death threats, except the problem is that, oh boy, if she was worried about getting death threats, why did she put herself all over social media today? I mean, she came out swinging. She came out swinging today. The social media stuff is absolutely insane. What did the glare say? Oh, Will. Hmm. She was being a wicked stepmom in that video, in my opinion. It's disturbing, I must admit. Yeah, I don't like that video. I don't like it. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a perfect parent. I've made plenty of mistakes, plenty. But there's something chilling about that video. It's chilling. It gives me goosebumps. And it scares me. Lisa, someone said she left her phone at Petco, came back to get it. So where did she go? Where her phone wouldn't track her? I haven't heard that. That's interesting if that is the case. That's very interesting if that's the case. I don't think I can confirm that as fact or rumor now, but that's interesting. Very interesting. When do you think it was an act for Gannon's dad, in my opinion, to say he did this? Where is there a water stream at? Reality source. Yes, Irish. Yes. The amount of control she had in that video, I think that's what creeps me out the most. It's absolutely creepy how controlled she is, because let me be real for a second. If my kids knocked over a candle on my carpet, would I be upset? Absolutely. I would probably yell. I would never threaten to sell her things. And it's almost like I have to wonder what happened before that video, because Gannon is very, very upset. He's crying, he's distraught in that video. And his cry is not, it sounds like a cry of fear or a cry of pain. And when a child cries in fear, that's scary. That's scary, because a child should never be in fear of their parents. I mean, to the point that they're crying, of course, kids do fear getting in trouble, but to the point that they're crying the way that Gannon was is alarming. Hold on one second. I want to read this comment. The water stream is where the ditch is behind Fountain Walmart. It's like a large area where a bunch of trees are and homeless people tend to go. The fountain area, I keep seeing the fountain area popping up everywhere, and that's interesting to me. Yeah, Will, she did seem to almost enjoy it. She enjoyed that control over him. It was sick. It was sick. And yes, Manon, she had a chilling calmness. It's heartbreaking, Joe, yes. Let me read some of your comments, guys. Sorry, I can't do like speaking and reading at the same time. It's just not me. Sorry. Hi, Janelle. Thanks for joining us. Tracy, what I was talking about with Fountain is that just different searches that I've done, researching this case, that name, the name of the town fountain just keeps popping up to me. And I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's just because it's close to Colorado Springs or what the case is. I just find it interesting that so many things keep leading back to the town of Fountain. I don't think she accidentally turned that camera on. I think that was 100% premeditated. Let's be real. We're all parents. If I accidentally turn the camera on right after my kid dumps wax all over the carpet, she's way too controlled in that video. She's way too controlled. Is it not? Am I not pronouncing it right, Glowing Ember? I think she purposely recorded it too, Glare. I do. I think that will. Oh, Mark's here. Mark's here. You want to come on and what'd you think about that video, Mark? You want to come on and talk about it? Yeah, I don't believe it was accidentally turned on. And that's an iPhone. She has an iPhone. I have an iPhone. I'm sure a lot of you have iPhones. It's very hard to accidentally turn your camera on unless you're already inside your camera. Okay, cool, Mark. I'll drop you a link. Everybody in the chat loves hearing from you. I'm thankful that you're going to join me. Here is a link for you, Mark. While we're waiting for Mark to come in, I'm going to pull down this banner really quick. Yeah, I find it to be way too controlled. Way too controlled. Oh, that's what I was saying, you guys, is that the only way that you can really get into your camera and accidentally record is if you already have your camera open on your phone. So why would she have her camera open on her phone? I mean, I don't know, maybe to take pictures of the carpet. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I still think it was not an accidental recording. I think it was intentional and way too controlled. All right, guys, Mark's going to join us now. So everybody give him a good welcome.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Hey, Mark, how are you? No
good,
problem. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, it's good to be here.
So did you watch the video today? Did you see all of that?
I did, yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the things I said last night, and I was fairly confident when I said it, and I was rethinking it today, was that I thought that the 10 or 15-minute video she did on the side of the street with the news crew would be the last we heard of her.
Mm-hmm.
Just given the fact that she wanted to protect herself with lawyers was my understanding.
Right.
And I think you said it today, you know, in this just a couple minutes ago, you were saying that she came out swinging.
Oh, absolutely. She's swinging all over Facebook today. The last time I checked, she deleted her Facebook, but the damage is done.
Yes. And so this leads me to believe that this is by no means the end.
Mm-hmm.
What we have to remember here is that although there is a child missing, there's something else going on, which is we have a dispute among a husband and a wife.
Right.
And, you know, if this were to be a situation where it was a simple divorce where we wouldn't hear about it. And, you know, these kinds of divorces go on every day. And they're in the court systems, and they're certainly on text messages back and forth, working all day long to come up with ploys to hurt each other.
Right.
Yeah. So one of the things we have to understand here is she's hurt. She's vindictive.
Yes.
And this is directed back at her husband. You know, we know how nasty divorces get.
Absolutely.
So, and we also know that children that are alive in the home that are doing quite well are used as pawns.
Sadly, that is the truth.
So when I saw this video, you know, more interesting than the actual, and I do want to get to that, which is, you know, what is the content of the video? You know,
Right.
what is the actual, what's the motive behind the release? And this is well thought out by her. This isn't, you know, sometimes I think we underestimate her in terms of, we think of her as sort of dumb and she doesn't know what she's doing and she's just saying things. But we have to remember that, you know, people that are sociopaths in particular, they don't do things by mistake.
Right.
Okay. It's very well thought out. So, you know, why would she do something like this? What would be the purpose of it? And I think that's where you have to start thinking about it. It's, you know, what would be her reasoning? Certainly from a motive perspective, we know that one thing she wanted more than anything was her husband's apology, was the husband's love. And when we don't get what we want in a relationship, we tend to act out.
Yeah.
So yeah, so this is an acting out again. And this is a what we could essentially call a cry for help, in that she wants to put the knife in and she wants to turn it.
Isn't it interesting that she wants to put the knife in and she wants to turn it when there's an 11-year-old boy who will be missing 2 weeks tomorrow?
We could also, well, then again, you can extrapolate that actually just down to the issue of a divorce. Look at what we'll do to children in a divorce.
Right.
I mean, you're right. I mean, we damage children terribly. We don't even understand that we're doing it when we're fighting them and, you know, fighting the other and using them as a pawn. We know this, of course, years later when the child develops, you know, severe depression, and perhaps drug use and things like that. And then we get to see the actual, the ramifications of our actions. So I think that's a great question. Why? When the child's dead, why would you, could she can still do it? She would still do that when the child's dead? And when I say child's dead, I mean missing. But, you know, I think there's two videos today, right? One is the one that we're talking about now, where she actually talks about this, you know, the carpet burning. And then the other one is the video where you know, the guy actually looks into the words she used.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, if we just take the video of what happened to Gannon, you touched on it. And I think, you know, by the way, it's no mistake that you run this channel, and there's no mistake that you have a passion for this, because, you know, you're onto it. You're already onto it. And you said something very important, which was you're actually listening to his cries. And you said something very important, which was, that is a cry of fear.
Yeah.
And that's the most important thing to understand. When a child cries like that, a child is fearful, tremendously fearful of the adult.
That's scary.
That's why, and someone wrote today in the thing, I'm shook. And I thought that was the right response. You know, we're shook at our core, but we can't explain why. And that's what you're touching on. You're saying it's fear. I got it. It's fear. Because when we hear fear in a cry, we know.
Absolutely. As parents, we know. Even if it's not your child, you can hear another child's cry and know what that cry means.
Absolutely. Just by the cry, you know. And by the way, that's instinct. You know, your baby, a day old, you'll know its cry.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You figured that out quick. As soon as you become a parent. And those instincts aren't just limited to your own kids once you're a parent. you're able to use those instincts towards other kids. For example, if my children have their friends over, and one of them, when they were younger, and one of them were scared because they didn't want to stay the night, I knew the difference. I could see just the change in their demeanor when they would get nervous and say, oh, I want to go home, because that happens with little kids when they're young and they're away from home. You're able to tell that as a parent, and it does project on to not just your own children.
Yeah, and Thursday's child just wrote that fear and pain, he was physically hurt too, and I think that we can't distinguish between emotional pain is painful. It's just as painful as being punched in the gut, or something severe happening to you.
Absolutely.
And he is in pain. He's in physical pain. Unfortunately, who is the only person in that house and who has all the control?
Tisha.
Tisha has all the control.
Right.
And he knows this. And I appreciate the theory that came out today around him running away, and running away at Petco. And as sound as that is, and I do appreciate those kinds of theories, because theories that come out, we tend to latch onto them because they make sense. They just don't sound good. They tend to attach themselves to many points in our understanding.
Right.
And so it's a very, very good theory, and could very well be true. However, one of the things that I think about in that area is if a child were to run from a car, we do need to ask about cameras, and or were those cameras in the parking lot? Because parking lot cameras would easily pick that up. The other point is, there are a lot more people like me and you and the people in this chat in this world than there are evildoers.
Absolutely. There's more good than bad, for sure.
And if a child were to run in a parking lot and run in a direction, and I actually know that parking lot, it's right near me, the people around here would immediately grab that kid and say, how can I help you? They would see him in discomfort. They would see that he was lost. I'm not saying that he couldn't have been picked up by someone with ill intentions, but it is unlikely. It is unlikely, as it probably would be as unlikely in your area.
Absolutely.
I mean, what would you do if you saw a kid running across a parking lot, or what would you do if you saw a kid that looked lost?
I'd stop and help him.
And that's what we would probably find. And this is why our mind keeps going back to what's probable. And after today's release of this video, our mind continues to come back to someone who doesn't have it all together.
Right.
That's why our mind keeps coming back to this. And on the release of this video, we have to think about motive. The motive of her to get back at and continually stab her husband, to say, you will pay for all of the years you put me through, the 2 years, whatever it is, all the arguments, and I'm in control here. One of the things that she wants, and I think we can agree on this, is attention.
Absolutely, 100%. But at the same time, she will say she doesn't like the attention that she's getting. So she's not conscious of how she is portraying herself, or she just doesn't care because that's who she is and she's showing us who she is.
Well, that's like, I see that a lot in entertainment. We see that when people become famous and they say, I don't like the attention. Not true. Because it's not true. We actually like the attention, and that's actually why we went into the industry, for instance.
Right.
It's just that, but it's a very, very powerful thing to say that and that's like saying, I never wanted to be rich, and somehow I'm suddenly rich. But never really wanted to be rich. It's like, but don't think that you don't like being rich.
Right. Absolutely. Right.
Yeah.
I just, and then, did you notice, I'm sure you've seen a lot of what she said on Facebook today. She actually flat out accused Landon of this and is saying that Landon is responsible for Gannon being missing. And that is mind-blowing to me.
Yes, again, it's on the same motive it's linear to that motive in the sense that she's going to hurt the husband, and guess who else she needs to hurt? That was the same point in this understanding of motive, that if she hurts Gannon or takes Gannon out of the picture, she doesn't just hurt her husband. She hurts the wife that potentially, the ex-wife that could potentially come back and put them all together. And if that happens, if they get all put back together, guess who is absolutely devastated and alone?
Right.
She is.
Yeah.
And there's a
Yeah.
lot of fear there, and I don't know what she had in her childhood in terms of abandonment, but if she was left alone, and if that was abandonment was a part of her childhood, she may do everything in her power to avoid abandonment. That could be essentially the motive, right?
That's true. That's true.
The
No matter
video,
who it hurts,
the video that we all saw today.
or no matter who she targets,
Yes. The video that we all saw today, I know that you have followed this kind of stuff for several years, or this is something that's been in your blood and something that you definitely have a passion for. But I don't even think you have ever seen anything like this.
I haven't. I very taken back by this video, to the point my stomach hurt, because it leaves me speechless. Like, I have all the words inside that I want to say.
So let me
But
ask you a question on this
Sure.
perspective. Have you ever recorded something accidentally and have it be so damn important?
Absolutely not.
Okay. This is
Absolutely
part of the
not.
issue here, is that she claims to have kind of recorded this thing as sort of accidentally. But if you were, and I'm going to go another step here and say, if you did accidentally record something that was this significant, and the recording was of a child suffering, would that be then something you would release?
Absolutely not. Especially when I don't like the way that the public sees me. It makes zero sense. Zero sense.
Yes.
It seems very premeditated on her part.
Absolutely. Right. So there is a reason here that is way beyond our understanding. And I appreciate you. Earlier, you had said that I can't wrap my head around this. I can't understand why. I can't understand what evil people do. Right. But I guess what I'm asking for you to do is start becoming an evil person in your mind temporarily, so that you can understand what her mindset is. Because unless you go there with her, you will never understand this.
That's true. We have to put ourselves in her mindset. We have to get in her head.
You have to start thinking like a criminal.
Right.
And when you it's unfortunate, but that's actually what we do. Even if you look at something, if you look at a detective, that's what they're trained to do. They're trained to think like the criminal.
Right. Yeah, that's true. They are.
And so what's the motive? Why would you record something as terrible as this? And then why would you go a step further and release it in a timely manner?
She's trying to cover her tracks. She recorded it.
But what does it cover? What does that cover for her? What does it cover for her? No one's accusing her of a bad carpet incident.
Right.
This isn't essentially a cover, in my understanding. This what does it do? I mean, think about it. What does it do? Why would you release it? What does it do? What does it show? And what's funny about it is, it's not even funny, it's crazy. It's like it only puts her in a bad light.
Right.
She didn't handle it well.
No, she handled it horribly. Horribly. She handled it in a fashion that, as a mother of two boys who are wild and rambunctious, and I've had all kinds of things happen in my home, with accidents and stuff that just children do, I can't understand it. I
Are you
cannot
still there?
understand. Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, let me bring you out, Mark, and bring you back in.
I lost you on audio.
Okay. All right, we're going to get Mark back on here. Mark, I'm going to drop you a new link. Sometimes the audio does that, unfortunately, but I'm going to drop you a new link so you can come back on here. He's got some great insight, you guys. Great insight. And I think he's 100% correct that in order for us to understand any of this, we need to be able to think like Tisha. We need to understand her thought process and why she is doing what she is doing, why she recorded this video, why her behavior is the way that it is. We have to understand that in order to understand what is going on here. That is probably the number one key to figuring this case out. Okay, Mark's back.
Hey, everyone.
Hey there, can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud
Okay.
and clear. That was an incoming call on FaceTime, which apparently kills the phone connection here. So I don't know what's going on there.
Oh yeah. If you put your phone on do not disturb, it stops that from happening, but that's your choice. So
No, I don't
whatever you
mind
want to
doing
do.
that. I'm afraid if I do it, if I actually close this streaming to do that, would it actually cancel our stream out?
It shouldn't. You should be able to. You have an iPhone?
Yeah.
You should be able to swipe up really quick and do it, and you
All
should
right,
still
I'm
be
there.
there. Okay. So Amy is telling me that the chat has some questions for you. I'm gonna let Amy, if that's okay. Do you want to, type the questions for me, and I can just go ahead and ask Mark, or?
I can see them. I actually have you running on a screen here separately, so I can
Okay,
actually
cool.
see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chat's running extremely fast, so it's hard for me to even keep up, guys. I'm sorry. Amy,
And you can
what?
read them too. If you
Yeah,
feel like there's one in particular that you like, I'm happy to address it.
absolutely. If you see one that you want to ask or you want to answer, by all means, go ahead. If you guys want to start dropping your questions, I may have missed them. If you want to start dropping them again, go ahead and. Yeah, Will, I don't know how to slow it. How do I slow it? Can I?
We can start with the why did you post the video? I mean, that's a pretty clear. That's a question kind of up front. Why? Why
Right.
would someone do that? You have to understand that the motive to do that is way beyond just what you see as content. We can all react emotionally to the content, but there is a motive behind all of what she's doing, and including releasing the video. It
Right.
doesn't absolve her, right? We talked about that. So it actually has, again, it has this stench of spite. And by the way, we can see this, that one thing I want to mention here is she did mention in the other video that you talked about, in the words that were used, she talked
Right.
about obedience. She talked about obedience. She talked about him being obedient to her.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, Peter Hyatt brought that up and said that was what was most important to Tisha, is that when she spoke about Gannon.
Correct. Obedience is actually what she wants everywhere, and which is what she wants with her husband. She wants obedience with her husband. She wants him to not. Yeah, she wants him not to be on social media. She wants obedience from Landon. This is why it came across again today, to tell her to go find him. This is her obedience and control. She's being very, very forceful here.
Yeah.
This is like, and if you want to look at it from this perspective, it'll help you to understand someone who believes they are untouchable.
Right. Right.
This is how someone acts when they're untouchable. Yeah, they're running through everybody.
hold on one second. Doodlebug, at the end, I'll go ahead and link Mark's channel at the end so that we can do that. I know everybody keeps asking for that. I will get his channel linked and get it in there for everybody who wants to follow his channel. Sorry to interrupt you, Mark. That's something that people keep coming back to, is that he could have accidentally taken some of her medication. And I don't know how I feel about that, because I feel like what we're seeing from her, that this was no accident.
Well, no, remember, this has been building for a long time. When you
Yes.
see Gannon in that kind of fear and that crying, that's been going on for a long period of time. He's releasing, in that kind of crying, he's releasing a lot of pent up fear. So you got to
Right.
remember that what you see on camera is something it's been building over time.
Right.
For her to come in the way she did to him was pre-planned. Why should we believe her all of a sudden? We're going to believe her that she accidentally recorded? Why? Why would we believe her all of a
Right.
sudden that? If you believe her, why we really should believe her on everything.
Yeah, that's a problem, because we can't. She's been caught in many lies. So, even as something as simple about her is her things that she had no reason to lie about. She has lied about, so that's a problem.
There's a link for you.
Yes, exactly.
That is a problem. So, I don't know if you want to look at some of these questions here
There was
and
one
see.
that just came up on. There was one there. Just said, "Can you give your opinion on something?"
Sure, let's find it. Please, can Mark give his opinion
she
on?
could be a narcissist.
Yeah,
I can definitely, Nikki. I can definitely give you my opinion on that. I think the most prudent thing to do here is stay away from these kinds of titles.
right.
The idea of a narcissist. I have psychology as my background, and one of the things I did as I came out of complete, psychology is my major, psychology is my life. I moved away from it. I moved away from what we, the traditional psychology. One of the reasons is it doesn't tend to serve us long term. The idea of narcissist, or any psychological label of a psychological disorder, it does harm. It just does harm. It actually removes us from truth. A narcissist is nothing. In the reality, our brain tends to want to label things. At least the right side of our brain wants to label things in order to give us power and control and potentially try to fix things. It just doesn't. And so I stay away from words like narcissist, because let's stay away from that word, because it blinds us from the truth. It blinds us from the reality. We'll stop
Right.
searching. Yeah. So is she a typical narcissist? No, and not in the sense. In fact, she kind of shows anti-narcissist things. If you want to look at traditional narcissism, she's not technically a narcissist in that sense. She's more of a sociopath, and that would be just termed as separated inside. She's separated from her unconscious. She's separated from her anger and her rage and her fear, and she's separated from her sadness and her guilt and her
Right.
shame. These are things that are separated from who she operates as in her persona. Persona just being, who she operates, and that's her face to us. That's her face to us, is her persona, okay? And one thing that's kind of ironic is she won't show us her face. She'll half show us her face, is what she does. And that is, she's doing her best to show her persona, what she wants the world to see. Okay. But what's underneath is a different issue. What's on the other side, what we call the shadow. In technology, in psychology, we call it the shadow. Okay. It's all that is created that the persona doesn't encompass. Okay. And those are good terms. And when we use terms like the shadow, that's an important term, that's useful. Narcissist, again, falls on things like, we could liken that to things like borderline personality disorder, bipolar disorder, all sorts of disorders. They're essentially useless. And in my experience, anytime someone is diagnosed with something like that, they get worse, number one. And number two, they'll develop almost all of the symptoms that are listed under those behavioral issues. In other
That makes
words,
sense.
we end up creating what the diagnosis is rather than letting go of any diagnosis. We don't really want diagnoses. They're just not good. They're not good for anybody. So that's a very good question. I mean, I like to receive stuff like that, because let's get away from narcissists and let's talk about behavior if we want to talk about behavior. You know, what is she doing?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I've seen the comment narcissist over and over and over again on my videos, and I truly don't even address it because it is a term that I feel that is overused.
Correct.
I
We'll all have our own
wholeheartedly
definition at the end of the day. We're all going to build our own, you know?
Absolutely. And I wholeheartedly believe narcissism does exist. It's a real thing. But as everyday citizens, we cannot diagnose somebody on the internet with narcissism. That takes
if you then take take a step further than that and just say, actually, no one that has a psychological degree or psychotherapy degree, whatever it is, someone who has a doctorate degree, it doesn't matter. They really shouldn't be diagnosing anyone with a disorder in my perspective. It doesn't help anything. The only thing it leads to is medication, and the only thing that leads to is dependence and further self,
right.
shame. It's not helpful. It just doesn't help.
Right.
Okay? I know this from fact. It just does not help. So anyway, it's a good question. And I think the question could be, is she so focused and self-centered on herself that she doesn't give a shit about anyone else in this world? Yeah, we can say that. Sure. We can say that. We're all sensing that. So I think we can say that.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Is there any other questions down there? I think it's important for us to remember, just because somebody is put in the spotlight and we don't like their behavior on camera and we don't like their responses, that doesn't make them a narcissist. That's something
that
that
make them anything.
Right. Right.
And this is important because it tells us that everyone is redeemable.
Right. Right.
And we're going to, the last thing we want to do is have a label on our forehead.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right? We don't want that. We deal with this enough in our society with this all the catch-all depression. You're suffering from depression. No, you're not. Stop doing that. Let's talk about what's going on in your life.
Right. What changes can you make? What's causing your feelings?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Let's talk about you.
Yes.
And when we do that, what you end up getting is you get someone who cares about you, and you get someone who loves you and wants to help you. And actually, that in and of itself is powerful beyond your understanding.
Right. Right. Absolutely. Let's see if there's any other questions for you.
So Des wrote, I want him found, right? And this is why we're all here.
Yes, 100%.
We want him found, and it's been 2 weeks now.
Yeah.
So we all have to start coming to the understanding that unless he ran away and was brought to some little mountain house that's, burning a wood fire up in the mountains, the chances of him being found alive are beginning to diminish. We've already seen the searches being cut off in the last couple of days, at least in terms of reporting. We haven't heard anything.
I spoke about this the other day, actually, Mark, and how it's okay for us to have hope. Absolutely, we should all have hope that he is found, but we have to be realistic at the same time. We cannot bury our heads in the sand and say, I'm going to have nothing but hope, because you have to be aware of the situation at hand. This is an 11-year-old boy who is lost in Colorado in the middle of winter. And if you look at statistics, and you research facts, you have you have to be aware of what the outcome of this could be, and
And
very well
that's
likely
what we
might
all have
be.
to start. We have to start, understanding that. And I think that when we do, and we start to feel that there's a reality sinking in, one of the things that we can do with that reality is we can start to change.
Right.
When we look at these kinds of cases in the past, one of the things that's clear about them, loss in general, great losses, is that we build something stronger, we build more awareness, we change ourselves. And
Absolutely.
you know I'm hoping he's alive. If he has passed and he has gone to the other side, then we need to use that as strength to build something of change.
We do. Absolutely. And this could be awareness for many people. Many people. If you are in a relationship where you are remarried and you have a step parent involved in the situation, if your children bring you concerns, I'm not saying that Gannon brought any concerns to his father, and I'm not blaming Albert in any way, but we need to be aware as parents. Our
Yeah,
children
yeah.
should always be the main focus. If your children come to you with something and say, hey, my stepmom or my stepdad did this and I don't like it, we need to believe our children. We need to be critical and observant of the relationships that our children have with the people that we bring into their lives. As parents, that is our responsibility and our duty. Above all
It,
else, you
it,
protect your
yeah.
children.
It's an awareness. You're changing as you experience. We're
Yes.
changing inside. We're changing as a society. We're changing in masses. We've got 213 people watching. There's 213 people changing.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
that's the important thing to understand here, is that, you know, these losses, we have to start making sense of them, because we can't tolerate this.
No, we can't. We can't. And, like you said earlier, there's a lot more good in this world than there is bad. And I hold on to that every day, especially being a person that has a passion for following these kind of cases or trying to find the answers in these horrible situations. It can be depressing. It can be very hard. It can be very um sad for your
Well,
soul.
here's one of the things to think about. In the past, before social media, when we had losses, those losses better be damn close to us for us to be affected.
Absolutely.
It's no longer the case. We feel connected to the whole world. We feel connected to so many people. You know, you're I'm in Colorado, you're somewhere else. But we're all starting to feel as though we knew this kid. That
Oh,
that he
absolutely.
could have been our own son.
Absolutely. I can personally tell you, I love Gannon, and I've never met this little boy. I have a love in my heart for this little boy, and I want nothing but the best for him. I have my house lit up in blue, and I'm 1,500 miles away from him. You know,
Yeah.
I and I think everybody is here for that purpose. Everybody wants the best for Gannon, and we all have a love and a hope for Gannon. And that is a great thing that we're able to come together on.
Yes, and so when we see a video like today, it's not just you dealing with it in your home with, maybe your friend knows about it. We all see this. We all have experiences, and we're
Right.
all on the same page. And I love that what you're doing is we get to come together and we get to say, this is not okay. It's not okay. By the way, if there was no missing child and she treated a
Absolutely.
child like that, and she treated a child like that, that wouldn't be okay. Even that wouldn't be okay.
Right. Right. I found it very interesting that Peter Hyatt pointed out that was she literally stated in her interview, Tisha stated, I was really concerned about my daughter. And that's fine. It's fine to be concerned about her daughter, but her daughter isn't missing. So it almost shows, I don't know how to explain it. she goes on TV expressing concern
Look,
for her daughter,
yes, there's a
but not
reason
for
you see
Gannon.
that, though. There is a reason that that exists, and it's I alluded to it last night. And it's that, remember, when someone is so displaced internally, when they are so divided internally, there is very little that'll make them come forward and say, I'm sorry. I lost control. I hurt someone. The only way you can make them do that is by actually touching something in them that reaches an emotion.
Right,
And when they're divided inside and they've deceived themselves for so many years, it takes their own flesh and blood, something they hold very dear. That's what they value. That's what they worry about losing. That's what they'll come to the table with and negotiate and say, I'll do anything, but I don't want to lose this.
right,
And that's her
right.
daughter for her. Her daughter, as I said, if she had gone missing, we'd be seeing a very different Tisha.
Absolutely.
And one of the things, if in this case, is then the if you're a detective, then you use that. You can see that it's her daughter that means something to her. Very little means anything to her. And remember, her husband did mean something to her. Her husband was important to her, but
Right,
he has walked away.
right.
So that's all she has. So, on one hand, when I look at someone who pulls apart words and says, look at this word they used, look at this past tense. I got it. I see it. But I think we're missing the point. You know, our intuition tells us way more than words. When you hear the fear in Gannon's voice, you don't need to hear his words. You just need to
Absolutely.
hear him crying. And it's like,
Yeah,
we get it. We already know something's off and we don't like it. And yes, the words corroborate, and I like that. It's fine. Words do. But sometimes we end up playing Scrabble and we search for things, maybe spending our time in an area that's not so important.
yeah.
But I like I think it's an important activity, and I at least put one detective on that. Let's pull apart the words. I don't like when people speak in past tense, but I could also say that in every day of my life, I see people texting and talking, and they don't speak normally at all. And if I start to analyze it, I could come up with pretty much anything that would back up what I want to believe in.
That's true. Absolutely. Absolutely. I've even caught myself speaking of Gannon in past tense on this channel,
Yeah, and you're
and
not
not
evil.
intentionally. Right. Not
No, no, and
intentionally
we're not
either.
evil. We're not evil
Right.
here.
Right. Yeah. It's
You know.
just
So let's focus in on what's important. Let's focus in on our intuition. We're not just a bunch of walking bodies. We're actually spirits that walk around. We're all connected. So we have a lot more going on than we think we do. So it's like that's what we pay attention to. We pay attention to the little things, to the fear and the crying. We pay attention to, the daughter who can't corroborate her mom, won't back up her mom without swallowing a massive gulp because she needs to push her pride down. We need to see that kind of, when you see someone turning their back to a camera, that's important.
absolutely. Absolutely it's important. And her excuse seemed to be that she was getting death threats. Okay. Maybe that was possibly believable at that time. However, after today's events, you have to say, okay, so,
Well, someone just wrote here, and I think it's they wrote, it was just came through saying, could it be possible that part of her plan is to actually hand Gannon over to someone she trusts for a period of time, let everyone freak out so that everyone knows she's the most important, and then she'll go and pick up Gannon at some point. Like perhaps she's playing it all through. I think it's a great theory, because this is someone who is incredibly in need of control.
right,
So
right,
perhaps, yes, I wouldn't put anything like that Look where she's got us all already.
Right.
So that's a great, and I would love for that to be the case. I would love for Gannon to come back and to be okay. And I think, it could simply be a ploy. The entire thing could be something she brought. She could have a friend that's just as crazy as her.
She could. She could. Maybe, I have heard, and I can't clarify it as fact, so I hate when I can't verify something as fact. I believe the marriage was strained before this happened. So, like you're saying, she wants her husband's love. She wants her husband's affection. Is that the motive here? Could
Well,
that be the motive?
let's certainly say that it's a huge part of the motive. We talked about, we don't know a lot about her childhood, and I think that would actually shed a bit of light on what's going on today. If she grew up in a situation where she may have been abandoned or did not receive a lot of love, or abandonment's a big one, because when you're abandoned, there's a tremendous amount of shame in that. I don't think people
Right.
understand it. I don't think people understand abandonment when you're abandoned as a child. I was abandoned at 4 years old, and I know, because my own life, I've experienced it. Right, my mom died. I know what abandonment feels like, and what is amazing to me as I got older is I realized that shame is a big part of abandonment.
Absolutely.
You feel ashamed of yourself, that you are walking through this world every day without a mother or without a father. And this becomes incredibly shameful, because all your friends have two parents, or certainly you might feel that they are loved and you're not.
Right.
So people, if she was truly abandoned as a child, perhaps she might not want to do anything with having that happen to her again. She may protect herself at all costs, which means going to the extents that we're potentially, we're hoping didn't happen, but it could definitely happen.
Right. Right. Let's see. Why can't law enforcement be faster and rescue someone alive rather than recovery of deceased with all its crossed to arrest someone, or am I living behind rose-colored glasses? Well, I think the problem lies there is they have to know where Gannon is. They have to know where Gannon is, and if Gannon was deceased before he was ever even reported missing, you can't blame that on law enforcement. Because
Is the question leading to why hasn't she been arrested?
I think so. I think so.
You can't arrest someone without evidence of a crime.
You absolutely.
So
Absolutely. You have to have evidence
you
first,
have to have
and
evidence. We see this in so many cases.
I'm not sure how it works in Colorado. Different states do it different ways. Here they don't send it before a grand jury. In Ohio, they send it before a grand jury before they arrest somebody. They do the same thing in Florida. So I think it all depends on the state as well. If they take that evidence and they send it to a grand jury for an indictment, or if they take that evidence and they send it to the DA's office.
Yeah,
I'm not
in either
sure.
case, and that's true, and I don't know what the law here is in Colorado, but in either case, you're not going to do anything unless you have evidence.
Absolutely.
And I think this is why we see 4 times or whatever that they return to the house to get as much information as they can to say, can we gather any evidence that points this in a certain direction?
Right. Right. It's there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of unknowns right now.
So I want to talk about
I
one
would
thing
like
on
to.
that video. In that
Of
video,
course.
there was something that happened in that video that doesn't really. It's not really. It's not. It's kind of the things that doesn't sit right with me. When she said to him that, one of the things she said in her interview was that I would never do anything to hurt Gannon.
Mm-hmm.
Now ask yourself, if in the video she released today, do you think she did anything to hurt Gannon?
100% she did. At the very least, that video is a sign that Gannon is emotionally abused.
Incredibly emotionally abused. It's unbelievable to watch that.
Mm-hmm.
And to sit back and say, I would never do anything to ever hurt him. You know,
Right.
you have to say, you have to call that lie out as just black and white. It's an absolute lie.
Right.
She doesn't understand what hurting is.
Yeah, she must not be aware of what emotional abuse is either, because she did it on camera. And you can hear in that child's cry, he's fearful for something. Children don't just become fearful of somebody that is a parental role to them. That's not something
Yeah.
that,
Well, now that he's missing, I think we hear something different in that cry. You know, if you were to walk past that house and you heard a kid crying inside, you might think, he'll get over it.
Right. If
But
I
now that
walked
we
past
know he's
that
missing,
house, yeah. If I walked past that house and I heard that cry, I would have assumed there was a child hurt inside.
of course, and perhaps it's the cry is so bad you most step in and say, what's going on, because there's something I can do, or you might
Right.
report it.
Right.
You know, but when she lives in this world day in and day out, where she runs everything, she controls everything, you know, that I couldn't believe what was going on there, because it's beyond just making him feel bad. There's a guilt trip going on. There's a guilt trip
Absolutely.
going on. And what she's grasping at are things that would just hurt him more.
Right.
I
Right.
mean, this goes back to what I talked about last night, that you serve that child in no way, and neither yourself, it does nothing to actually punish him and use guilt and shame against him, when all you had to do is say, I know you didn't mean to do it, and I love you. That was a choice she could have made.
Right. Right. She could have, handled it a lot differently. And instead, she used tactics that are damaging. And you have to assume, because she has a long-standing relationship with Gannon, that these are not new tactics that she has used. This wasn't the first time she said stuff like this to him.
Right. So let's think about it from her perspective. What do you think she has to gain by releasing that video? So give me an example of what someone might say about that video that actually puts her in a decent light.
The one comment I did see was talking about how controlled she was in that video, and how she didn't scream, and how it shows that she's a good parent because she didn't lose her cool with him.
Mm-hmm.
And I 100% disagree, because
But from her perspective, I know we disagree, but let's play true devil's advocate here. If we were to be on her side, how would we support her in that release?
we would support her by saying, look at how calm she is with him. Look at how controlled. She's not screaming at him. She's not, berating him and saying, what the F did you do? Or, she is very calm and collected in that video.
Yes. And so partly, I know we feel so emotional about this that we tend to push ourselves to one side of it.
Mm-hmm.
But in the exercise, I think a proper exercise is to check ourselves.
Right.
And to say, if she were innocent, how could she see this as doing the right thing? And I think you're right. Is to show that even when he did something wrong, I was patient with him. I told him that it's going to cost money, that there's going to be a price to pay, but I definitely wouldn't hurt him.
Right. Right.
Right.
Yes.
So we have to look at that and say, okay, you know, let's believe her. And I think that's important that we play both sides because, you know, we're at day 13. Maybe it is that he ran away. Maybe he comes back tomorrow and it's all over the news. And
Right.
we just couldn't see the other side because we were so emotional about one side of it. And
Right.
it's like, actually, Tisha was trying to show us that she wouldn't hurt him. She gets angry at him. She makes him feel guilty and shameful, but that's not punching him or hitting him. And it's certainly not, doing anything worse.
Right.
And maybe that is actually her angle on this.
That would be a very smart angle for her.
For sure. Carla just said she recorded it to prove he did something to the carpet. Right. Because if you just say that, hey, something was done to that carpet, and you know what happens when someone's missing. And there's a discussion of carpet. What do we think of? We think of blood, we think of bleach, we think of splatter, whatever. That's what we think of. We think stains, we think cover up. And she's trying to say, no, stop your mind going there. He accidentally burned it. Maybe she didn't handle it in the best way.
Mm-hmm.
But does that make her guilty? I think part of what we do each day is we say there's a preponderance of the evidence. There's that statement, the preponderance of the evidence, which says the weight of the evidence is greater than the other argument.
Right. Right. I have a problem with the carpet even being burned. I tend to think that it wasn't burned because physics and knowing that when you knock over a candle, okay, the oxygen hits that flame and so does the candle wax. I've knocked over candles and I've knocked wax all over. I've had wax on my walls. I've had wax on my floor that I've had to scrape off of my hardwood floors, So
sure. So the question then is, what the heck did that burn look like?
Right.
Because we know that carpets, you would have to have some, I think it's by law, all carpets have to have flame retardants on them.
It is a law. It is a law.
It's a law, right?
Yes. I burned a carpet.
Maybe if we saw the burn, one thing we could do is we could actually determine whether or not he did it on purpose.
Right. That's true.
That's true. Because that is on purpose. That changes everything.
That's one of the things that she asked him. Are you sure you didn't do this on purpose?
But remember what she said before that, which is even more important. She said, something to the effect of, I've asked you this many, many times. It's not the first time she said it. She says, I'm going to ask you one more time.
Right.
Did you do this on purpose? And when you actually come back on that and say, okay, that was what she asked over and over and over again in the first hour after it happened. You did this on purpose. You did this on purpose. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. So that's actually the conversation that's happening.
Right.
You did too. I know you did this to hurt me. I know this. So this is all going on. Perhaps when the father isn't even around, even if he was around, he's been so emasculated by her, he probably wouldn't even interject.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the most important thing.
Definitely emasculated by her. I see that 100%. She doesn't have it anymore. She had some sort of control when it came to Albert. She definitely had him wrapped around her finger to some extent. That's my belief, just from things I've seen, just from the shared Facebook. They had a shared Facebook.
And that's what Al was attracted to.
The control?
Oh God, if I don't know him, but I will guarantee you, if I were a fly on the wall in his childhood, I would see an overbearing, tyrannical mother.
Right. Well, there's some things about his childhood and his father that are interesting, but I have a hard time even trying to touch on those because I don't believe they're relevant to this case.
What do you mean that their childhood isn't relevant?
Well, no, not that his. So I guess it is relevant. I have to stick by what I always say. Everything is relevant until it is not relevant.
Absolutely, right? Everything's in until it's out.
Right, right. So Albert's father is a convicted sex offender. And you have to imagine and
Oh
that
Lord.
happened in 1992, I believe it was. So you're talking 28 years ago. That would have happened when Albert was a child.
Was he molested?
I don't know.
Okay, so
I
that's a good question. I think we could probably lean in the direction of probably, and if he wasn't, he's deeply ashamed of it, of his father, and just that alone will wreck him in terms of building himself up to be a man,
right,
and certainly to
right,
stand up to someone like Tisha. When you get someone that is timid and ashamed of themselves, certainly ashamed of who they were when they were young, and perhaps who they are as an adult, someone as strong as Tisha can wreck his world.
absolutely. And you have to understand, or you have to try to understand why Albert gave up his marriage to Landon, who has no prior criminal convictions. Okay, by all accounts, she's a teacher as well. He
Yes.
gave up his marriage to Landon for a woman who has a criminal past and a
So
very
let's,
sketchy
that's a
past.
great question. That's a great observation. What we know is that sane people every day give up relationships that are wonderful for them, but there's something going on in their head that is more important and more pressing than the value of someone right in front of them.
Right,
So
right,
what we see is that perhaps what he did, and what most this is a societal issue, it's not just them, is that we tend to always want something else. Something, someone wrote here, do you think she's hypersexual? Yes.
absolutely,
That's a great question.
100%.
That leads into this too, because hypersexuality, it's a fantasy. Let's call it. Do I believe that much of her life revolves in the fantasy world? Yes, it does, because the more your true world, or what's in reality, is falling apart and you can't control, then your fantasy world starts to take over and become your reality. So
Right,
yes, and we know where that leads.
right,
But
absolutely.
but I think it's clear now, right? It's clear now that Al. Do you think at this point Al appreciates his ex-wife?
Absolutely not. I don't think he does. At
Let's,
this
but
point,
but you're
like
not listening.
today,
Hold on. I didn't say which ex-wife.
oh, he appreciates Landon.
And isn't Tisha his current wife, even though they're separated?
Correct.
Okay, so we say
Correct.
ex-wife. I was really referring to Landon. So do you think he appreciates Landon?
Yes, I do. I think he probably has a new appreciation for Landon that he
Yes.
didn't recognize before his relationship with Tisha.
Absolutely, right. So we chase things, and a lot of us do it. We can go through it all the way through divorce to get something else and realize, what the hell did we just do? We know
Right.
divorce typically just wrecks people's lives. It almost never ends in anything good. It tends to wreck your life. It has a high probability of wrecking your life for a very long time. You know,
Mhm.
and we tend to separate ourselves from our feelings. We tend to get angry, we get spiteful, we'll get lawyers, we'll attack. It's almost like it's expected when we're in our 40s and 50s. Either you're going to
Mhm.
go into the ring and fight it out or not. And this is what we're seeing here. We're seeing a divorce happen at the same time there's a missing child.
Right. Yeah, it's huge. It's a huge factor in this. Huge factor. And you have to wonder, like you said, Tisha appears to be almost begging for her husband's attention, almost begging for her husband's apology. Her husband has his ex-wife and the mother of his two children staying in their home, in Tisha and Landon's home, and Tisha has been given the boot. So,
But do you understand what it took for her to get the boot? It took the lie. It took for the man had been beaten up so bad that his son got taken.
right, right,
That shows you what control can do to a person.
100%, and it's scary. It's
Very
scary
scary.
it's scary that this relationship between Albert and Tisha and her control and her being the dominating force in that marriage got to the point that before Albert was strong enough to boot her, his child came up missing. That
Yeah.
is
And
devastating.
no one gives the boot to Tisha.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody
Definitely.
does. And if you
Definitely.
do, if you are thinking about it, you'll pay the biggest price.
Yes. Yes. That's definitely how she portrays herself. That is how she is portraying herself everywhere. So it's a scary situation. It's scary.
Um,
To be inside her mind and try to think about being inside her mind scares me because I'm not a perfect person. You're not a perfect person, but by all means, we're pretty much normal, you know? And so when you're a normal person and you try to relate to somebody with this psychological mindset, it
yeah.
is
It's an act of
scary,
desperation in her. She's there's a
right?
desperation internally. Olivia B. So you wrote, I just read that Landon was in town 2 days before Gannon went missing. I haven't heard that. I've wanted to know, when did she come back into town, and under what circumstances, and how often does she come back into town, and for what reasons?
For let me read it. I
It's
didn't.
Olivia B. Yeah, it just came up there. It was a good comment, and I mean, at least it was an observation, or at least in the media.
Okay, I just read that Landon was in town 2 days before Gannon went missing. Olivia, where did you read that at? That is interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting because
That
it's
is that is
one
yeah.
of the obviously one of the things that we hear is that she wasn't a good mother now, or didn't take a lot of interest. Not that she wasn't a good mother, but you could extrapolate. She didn't take a lot of interest in Gannon's life. You know, what we know is that certainly her heart is in the right place, and no one is suspecting her. She's
Right.
coming
Okay.
across as innocent. So
Everyone's saying that's a rumor that Tisha is starting. Okay. Um
she flew
I
in
can
Tuesday.
She did fly in Tuesday and I have those text messages. Um I have it all printed
It
out,
would
but
make sense. It would make sense for her to fly in Tuesday.
yeah, she did, Landon did not find out that Gannon was missing until 11 p.m. on Monday night. Her time.
Yes.
So it would
Yes.
have been
And
about
and if
9
she's on a plane on Tuesday, this is someone who cares about her son.
100%.
And we know that
100%. And
I was going to say that, one of the things that I heard was, hey, uh, the fact that she be willing to split up her own children, that she didn't fight for her son and all these things, how could she just not be around her son every day? I understand that. I get it. Uh, Certainly we're not perfect, and the world is not perfect, and there are demands on families that separate people, and there are negotiations and courts and all sorts of things. That doesn't make anyone a killer.
right,
It
right.
might make them someone who may not have made the best choices, but it certainly doesn't make
I
them a killer.
I actually our custody agreement, and it's an interesting one for sure. It's definitely interesting. It looks like both and I think it has to be written up this way because he is a lieutenant. He is a lieutenant in the army. He is
Hmm.
active. That there was some questions about that, and we did clarify that that is his full time job. The physical custody aspect of this case, it literally says both father, mother, and stepmother shall share physical custody as outlined below, provided that mother moves back to Horry County. Um, so I mean, this is from back in 2018,
Horry County,
Horry
and
County,
that's in
North
South
Carolina,
Carolina, North Carolina.
North Carolina or South Carolina one.
Okay,
I want to say it's
and that's where they all lived at the time.
they did. They did. And what's interesting is that Albert got sent to Alaska.
Hey, net detective, you said the mic is loud. Whose mic is loud? That would I'm sensitive to that when I'm listening to podcasts. If it might be mine.
Is it me? I can turn mine down if it's mine. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, I just want to be sensitive to that. It can get annoying when you're hearing the mic crack.
Let me pull it away from my mouth a
Someone
little
said
bit.
sound is fine.
Okay. Thank you for being so alert there in my chat. I appreciate that, Mark.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Appreciate it. I'm happy to help.
So it says from March 15th to August 15th, 2018, father and stepmother shall have custody of the children in the state of Alaska. August 15th to December 31st, 2018, the children shall reside with stepmother in Horry County, South Carolina. Mother shall have the children every weekend from when she picks them up from school on Fridays until she returns them to school on the following Monday mornings. The only exception to mother's visitation is that if father is in South Carolina, he shall be entitled to the time with the children while he is in South Carolina, as long as he provides mother at least 2 weeks notice, unless it is an emergency situation.
Okay.
And then it goes on to
Rhonda,
say
thank you, by the way. Rhonda actually just said that it's Ori, pronounced Ori. It's actually in South Carolina.
okay, Ori, okay. August 17th, 2018 to August 21st, 2018, mother shall, it's hard to see.
When you read this, are you picking up anything that's odd?
Well, I find it odd that a stepmother is involved in the custody agreement. And the only reason I can think that it exists is because Albert is active military and he was sent to Alaska. So Tisha was involved in the custody agreement because Albert was in Alaska, but I also find that odd that a court would give a stepmother rights to children over a mother. That is
And
very odd.
why would that happen? Under what
Some,
circumstances?
something had to happen. Something had to
Okay.
happen with Landon.
Okay. And that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, something had to happen. And
There was an issue around the mother taking on perhaps partial or full responsibility for even a day or a week, or something went down where it became a problem. Perhaps authorities got involved while the child was in her care.
right.
Yeah, and that's typical, and I think that's exactly what we need to be talking about is, that there's a reason Gannon was where he was.
Right. It's very interesting. It's something I'm definitely going to dig in deeper to, to try to find the answers, because Tisha has made those allegations. She has made the allegations, but she has said that Landon didn't want to be a mother. And I don't believe that. I don't believe that Landon didn't want to be a mother. I think that, Landon went through a divorce. She had, and we all react differently to that. But by all accounts, she had a husband, a happy family, and her husband cheated on her with Tisha. Her family was destroyed. We have to consider the psychological aspect of that. I have been there. I know how that feels, and it is a horrible feeling. And, thankfully, I was able to still be a mother while working through my own emotional feelings about what had just happened in my life. But we have to consider
I think that on this one, if we're going to believe Tisha and say that, listen, Tisha was actually the one taking care of him.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's true, and then we see that she's the one taking care of the kid. I mean, the mother isn't. So you got to give credit where credit's due on that.
Right.
I know that mothers that get separated from their children, there's a reason that they got separated and the courts acted in that way. And one could easily say you didn't even want a child, and they might even be right.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that that person, that mother, is not redeemable. It doesn't mean that she can't, over time, as she misses that child, come to her senses, come to a spiritual awakening, that how much she loves that child could grow exorbitantly in a matter of a few days of recognizing it.
100%. And, like I was saying, when you go through a traumatizing experience of losing your family, your husband and your marriage, and divorce is hard. It is a hard thing to go through. Somebody once told me, and I wholeheartedly believe this, that divorce is almost worse than death because there is no closure with divorce. And that is
There's
true.
no closure. There's no
There-
closure.
There's no closure.
There's no closure on divorce. And and I think
Absolutely.
everyone here can agree with that this is why, if we had the chance to do it over again, knowing what we know, if we had went through a divorce, would we divorce? And, we're getting in a part in our society where over 50% are divorced. And I think people are starting to wake up to the fact that there's a reason that there's things like religion, and there's things like, these kinds of moral factors that play into our lives that show that when we say forever, we mean forever, and there's a reason it should be forever. I'm not saying that that everyone can do it, but I am saying that we've hit a pretty slippery slope, and it's become almost too easy. And I hate to see things like divorce parties and divorce celebrations, and it's like, hold on a second here. Let's see it for what it is. Your life is going to be inextricably, just absolutely worse.
Oh, it's 100% worse. It's very hard. It's hard and not only it's hard on the adults, I can attest to that, but it's also very hard on the children. It rips children to shreds. I am not a child, but I was a child who had parents that were divorced, and it was something that followed me throughout my whole life. It's a struggle, even as an adult, having your
Not
divorced
even
parents.
as an adult, not even as an adult, especially as an adult.
Yeah.
Especially because these things never get resolved. In fact, they get harder to resolve. You just have more shit on your plate.
Right.
And now it's even harder to resolve.
Right.
So yes. And when you're a kid and you go through that, you're talking about Gannon. I mean, that's what you're talking about. You're actually saying, I know what it's like to be him.
Yes, I do.
And I know what it's like to want my mom. We get one mom.
Right.
One. We get one mom.
Right.
And he, for Gannon, he desperately wanted his mother. And, this is why you see today, we see the thing going on here out in the UK with, Harry, Prince Harry. Do I have the right one? It's William and Harry? Is that right?
Yes.
So Prince Harry's the one that's leaving the family, right?
Right.
Well, guess what? Prince Harry's realizing as he gets older that his mother to him outweighs the entire bullshit of all the stuff going on in England, on all that, all the bullshit, all the prince, the princess, all of that crap, all the shit that means nothing anymore.
Right.
His mother is what's most important to him. And no one will come between him and his mom. And that's why he realizes he got married. And I think that's what happened with his wife, to help him understand that this family that you're in didn't give a shit about her.
100%. 100%.
Okay? That's why he left. And that's why he never wants to look them in the eye again and never be around them again. It's like, you don't know what's most important to me. You don't know where my loyalty lies. You don't know where my love lies. My love lies with my mother. And you can never break that.
Yeah. You know what?
I know this because losing my mother, I knew that growing up. No one wanted to talk about the death. No one wanted to
Right.
talk about my mom, but as I got older, it was the most important thing to me. And
Yeah.
people who didn't give it attention were out of my life.
I'm in the same position with my father. Losing my father, the people who didn't give the attention to my loss or, brushed me off about that and didn't want to talk to it, they're out of my life because it is relevant. It is a relevant thing. And it's something that you have to live with that as a person. So the people that you have in your life should be supportive of what you deal with and your losses and be there unconditionally for that. So I can totally relate to that. Absolutely.
Exactly. And then we can take that and say, look, the mother and the father are both important, equally important.
They are.
They
They are.
both give something of immense value to the child. But you take one of
100%.
them, you take one of those away, and then you cause the imbalance.
You do.
And when you hear Gannon crying, you hear it. You want his mother. Could you imagine Landon hearing that today? Could you imagine Landon watching that video today?
Oh
I mean,
gosh,
if
no.
she wasn't ripped apart already, this is going to absolutely crush her soul.
It is. It is. I can't imagine that her soul can be any more crushed. After seeing her at the vigil yesterday and then all of a sudden today Tisha throws this video out there. It's just what in the world?
Yeah,
What in the world?
Carla M, you hit it, right? Because that's what Tisha wants. This is revenge.
Yeah, it's
This is
sick.
your punishment. And you can almost say that's the devil's punishment. You could almost see that Tisha's taken over by the devil.
Yeah.
And Landon never knew what she was in for when she said, I'm going to do this, or I'm going to make this choice, and I'm not going to get custody. You don't
Right.
understand how important that is.
Right.
But this should be a lesson for all of us.
Absolutely, it should. Absolutely. We all, as horrible as this situation is, we all need to learn from it. Even if it's, making adjustments in our own aware of our own bullshit. And I'm sorry to swear, but I don't know how else to say it. We need to be accountable. We need to be accountable.
We do, and we need to change, and we need to really look at who we are and who we become, and perhaps that's Gannon's gift.
Right. Right.
To take a serious look at our lives and what we're doing to the children of this world, because he's an angel. At 11 years old, you're an angel.
Oh yeah, he's a baby. He's, his heart is still pure at 11 years old. He's a baby. So
good. And I think that maybe one of the things that, as time goes on here, and I truly pray and hope that every day that he's found and he comes home and he's safe. And, if he is, what a party it'll be, right?
100. Yeah, absolutely.
What an amazing gift he gave to the world, just being a kid.
Yeah.
A kid that it was abandoned and no one really cared about.
Right.
We all have that. We all have that kid inside of us.
We do. We do. There's a thing that I saw recently, and it says, look at yourself as a child, and would you tell yourself as a child all these terrible things that you believe about yourself today? And it's a great perspective to have, that we all do have a child inside of us still. We all still have that little girl or that little boy that we used to be, and we need to take care of ourselves.
That's exactly right. And I think when I hear you say that, I hear exactly what Darwin just said. When my wife developed breast cancer, at the age of 37, I was absolutely crushed because my mom died of it. The same thing when I was a kid. And I thought, there's no possible way. And, now that she's passed and she, battled 6-7 years with this, it's like, I did exactly that, Darwin. I had to search deep, deep, deep for something greater in this world. And
Mm-hmm.
that's when I came to Christ. I'm not saying that everyone has to come to Christ, but I'm saying if you come to Christ and if you find something like that, you are broken. You have nothing left. There's nothing else.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things, when I started to learn about what Christ would say, stuff like Christ wanted you to become a child again. That was what he asked you to do. He asked you to look at when you read scripture, read it as a child. When you come out, read it as a child. Be a child again. When you get up, be a child again. And that's the whole point of it, is because, we are all children.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Dawn Break said you need something to believe in. 100%.
Yeah, whatever
You,
that is for you.
right. Whatever that is for you. It does provide a good foundation. And, when you're alone in your darkest moments, it's great to have somebody that you can talk to. And for me, and I think for you as well, that's our higher power up there. And no matter what anybody believes, or what their higher power is, I do think that's an important thing for sure.
It is. And we look at this situation and you would see someone like, you know, who's coming to that, who's being broken right now. Landon's being broken right now. Al's being broken right now. Um,
Right.
those are the people that are being absolutely broken and crushed to their knees right now.
Yeah.
And if you look at someone like Tisha, you would say, it's going to take actually the question is, what is it going to take to break her?
It's something's going to have to break her. I was talking earlier with our team here, and something is going to have to break her. I think she's close. I do think she's close.
So Jason, I appreciate that. Jason just said that he believes that she's getting really close to cracking.
Yeah.
That the conscience is starting to get really heavy.
I see that happening. I do. After today's events, I totally see, because she was just so, we heard her being so controlled in that video, but her actions on social media were very uncontrolled. So it totally showed.
Well, this is the weird thing. She needs attention still.
Yeah, that's it.
She can't just go somewhere. This is what I
Right.
realized today. This isn't the type of person who can just go somewhere and set her peace.
Right.
She's defending herself without a lawyer publicly.
I said earlier when I first came on, objectively looking at this, she needs a lawyer. She needs to get a lawyer, because, and not that I don't.
Well, let me just say, you're very compassionate towards her.
It's not even that I'm trying to be compassionate. I'm looking at it objectively and thinking, my gosh, woman,
standpoint.
my gosh, you need a lawyer. You need a spokesperson. Somebody needs to make you stop, because you are digging yourself a grave. And yes, we all want her to do that. We do. At the same time, she is a human being, and we have to respect her rights. If she goes and gets a lawyer, we have to respect that.
Yeah, again, I think Darwin had mentioned that she was bipolar. I think that, again, we need to stay away from these kinds of comments. The fact is, if you want to say, I think she's divided internally and she split at some point, yes, she did. When she was a kid, bipolar is essentially, all it really is when you split at a fairly young age, you split for the purposes of coping. Okay. And so typically when we see things like bipolar, we see that there was an inordinate stress placed on a young person that couldn't make a better choice for themselves. And so they end up splitting themselves internally in order to cope. And we can actually look at that and say, that's actually quite amazing that the brain does that in order to survive. Right. So I think that we definitely need to get away from calling people names, whether that's bipolar or narcissist or depressed or this or the other thing. Let's state.
I agree 100%. 100%. We don't know that. Yeah. We can't diagnose her as that. We can't.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to. I think it's important that we there's a respect factor here, right? Part
Right.
of what we deal with in our society is we deal with the demonization of people and certainly stigmas. Stigmas are a huge issue. And
Right.
so even when someone did something bad, we want to stay away from jumping on top and stigmatizing them.
Right.
It's important that we give a level of humanity to suffering. And
Yes.
even when we see suffering to the point of maybe perhaps that someone has killed someone else, there's still suffering here.
Of course.
Someone's suffering.
Of course.
Someone's crying out for help inside, and they don't know how to ask for help.
Of
And
course.
so, as a society, I think this is one of the changes we need to make. We need to, I think, stop things with the things like death penalty, and we can all feel the way we want to it on this. But this is in line with this: is that if we're a society that kills people, then we are a society that kills people.
Right.
And
Right.
that message is sent all the way down to the 2-year-old.
Yeah. Yeah. It's some heavy stuff. It's some very heavy stuff to try to decipher for sure. And I definitely am on the same page with you that we don't need to label her as bipolar or
No,
narcissistic.
no.
None of us.
Because
I'm not.
if this was your sister that did this, I mean, imagine if this was your brother, your sister, your mother, your daughter, would you be saying that about them? No,
No. And
because
she is somebody's
changes it,
mother.
doesn't it? Love matters.
Right.
Love matters, and as much as we have love for Gannon, we need to have love for everybody so that we can actually heal as a nation. We want to heal these people. We want to bring people to tell the truth, and that's all this is about, isn't it?
Absolutely.
We just want
Absolutely.
someone to tell the truth.
Yeah, because the truth is going to lead us to Gannon. It's going to lead Gannon home, or it's going to lead investigators to find Gannon. That's what matters is the truth.
It also matters that the next Gannon doesn't happen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's sad to know that as hopeful as I want to be that the next Gannon story doesn't happen, I think that unfortunately we see these things happen all too often.
We do see them happen, and I think there's a difference between, for instance, when there's a huge difference in society. If we want to start measuring where a society is in terms of how bad it's getting, if we want a barometer, if we want a temperature of a society without God, perhaps is a way to say it.
Right.
We need to look no further than a child's being put in harm's way. It's one thing for adults to harm other adults. It's a different thing for a child to be harmed. This crosses a barrier that we know no reason.
Right. Right.
And so
This is
yeah, go ahead.
This is very reminiscent of, I've brought this up in the past, of the Trenton Duckett story. And I am very fearful that it's going to end the same way. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that case or not, but
No.
Trenton actually went missing while in his mother's care. She was uncooperative. She gave interviews that show some strong similarities to Tisha's interview, minus the back turn to the camera. And to this day, Trenton has still not been found. Still not been found. Parents were split up. I believe he was like 2 when this happened. She did an interview with Nancy Grace. She was all over the place talking, doing interviews, and she did an interview with Nancy Grace. And if anybody watches Nancy Grace, when she was still on the air, Nancy Grace was a force to be reckoned with.
For sure.
After that interview, Melinda committed suicide and took all the answers with her. So I think that is my fear I see with Tisha talking all over the place like this, and being so erratic in her decisions when it comes to
Yeah.
how she's speaking
Yeah.
about this case, because it is bringing pressure on her and she doesn't like that pressure.
She's
So,
definitely a suicide risk at some point.
yes,
And
yes,
we know this, that we have created the culture, no thanks to our politicians and
right.
to the Epstein case, that suicide truly is an answer to having to answer for anything.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
it's
so, yeah, I think that's certainly going to be an issue, but she'll only feel that pressure over time when
right,
when people continue to point at the truth, when we
right,
all know the truth, and she can't defend it anymore. She's going to
right,
have a choice to make, right?
right. Yeah, and she's bringing that pressure. She's doing it herself, and that's very, very reminiscent to me of the Trenton Duckett case. That is what I think is, Tisha's out there fighting so hard to paint these different stories and put this different stuff out there. And I just wish she would take that effort and go search for Gannon with it, because she's not doing herself any justice. She's bringing herself harm and scrutiny by her actions. And
Yeah.
at the same time, Gannon is missing. Bring him home. As his mother said, T, go find G. Those were Landon's words. And I that should be the focus. That should be the focus. So,
Yes, and we know where she's at. So everyone's kind of dug in here. And the authorities at this point, I mean, I know it's a weekend, but the authorities aren't really coming up with daily updates. And in
no, they're
fact, you can do like a Google search on the news search and say, "Give me everything in the last 24 hours." And there's one article, and
it's
you know what it is? It's on the vigil. It's like,
yeah,
you know, I think that the question then, does it help for all of us to be thinking about this? Does it help for all of us to be talking about it and trying to come to some level of understanding about where the truth lies? If it is helpful, then why aren't we just getting more reports out of groups, out of different, perhaps this group, about what we suspect may be going on? I mean, that is even helpful to people, something to hold on to. And I think that's why we're all here.
right. Right.
It's like,
That's
because we all,
absolutely,
isn't it?
yeah, absolutely why we're all here, because and I have to respect, and I'm sure you do too as well, respect law enforcement for being so tight-lipped about this, because this is a critical matter. This is a critical investigation. At the same time, I mean, El Paso County is giving updates, but they are very, very, limited. They're very limited updates. There was one earlier saying that they are searching in specific areas based on leads. So, and they
Yeah, this
took
is
all
another way. This is another way to send the message that things are starting to wind down. I live just north of where this happened, and we had a missing case here about 6 months ago. It was a 19-year-old kid who went up to, I think it was University of Wisconsin, something like that, and he came back to hang out with his parents, which is literally a couple miles from my house. He said he's going to go on a hike, and he never came back.
right,
And you see these things where the parents went online saying things like, of course it was also a step parent, kind of situation. Um, and he said, "Hey, he actually wrote at one point he said, one day I'm going to walk out and I'm going to leave and go for a hike and you're never going to see me again." Um, the mother posted that on Facebook saying, "My son said this at one point." And this was only a week or two in the investigation. They had to pull it right down. And the reason is they don't want to give any false leads. They don't want to give anyone a reason to stop looking.
right, right,
And
absolutely.
this is one of the things that I think about now is perhaps they stay quiet. They don't want to come out with anything, partly because they need to do their investigation. The other part is, hey, I don't want everyone here and where I live. I don't want you to stop looking. Keep looking for him. Because the
Right,
moment I come out with a theory, you ain't going to be looking anymore.
right, right, right. I think it's interesting that they pulled the civilian feet off the ground. They pulled those large search parties off of the ground.
Well, they're resource intensive. You can run them for a couple weeks, and they have, but you know, how much energy do these people have? And that's where we're at right now. It's and I think honestly, it was still, which is strange. There's not a lot of actually what we call civilian volunteers. Most of it was really pretty quickly became National Guard, military, or police, or these kinds of organizations that were closely tied to do the work.
Right.
I think that at some point they feel like they're wasting people's time, and I agree with you that kind of like, hey, we should never stop looking here. If people want to look, let them look.
Right.
No.
Right. Yeah, it's left us all puzzled, and we're at 2 weeks. 2 weeks that Gannon's been out there and still no answers. So I hope and I pray that we have the answers soon for Gannon, for his mother, for his father, for his sister, and for all of us that have, we have our hearts invested in this, and we just want to see this little boy come home. I
Yeah,
think
there's something about that kid. There's something about him
there
that
is.
we really connect with, and that
Absolutely.
we've had enough of whatever we've been doing in society to treat a kid like that and to ignore him. We've had enough of it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Enough it's beyond enough. It's beyond enough. I am so tired of seeing kids in the headlines that are victims of just horrendous things. Kids are innocent. They're innocent. And
Well, this is it, right? Because the parents, this is something that I don't think we understand, that we are given the power of God to raise these angels.
right.
And we, for whatever reason, whatever's going on in our lives, if you could argue that if we're mature enough to have sex, then we're mature enough to play God.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that's where we get down to, that if you're going to have a child and you're going to look after a child, then you are playing God.
Right. Right.
And you better take that seriously.
Yes.
Because
Absolutely.
the consequences of playing God and screwing up, those are pretty heavy consequences.
Yes, absolutely. I agree.
It's not a trial run.
No, you get one chance at raising your kids. One chance. You get them for 18 years, and of course you have them after, longer than 18 years because you're always a parent, but the first 5 years of your child's development are the most crucial years. The most crucial years. They say that a child is who they are going to become by the age of 5. Their personality is there. So does it change and adapt a little bit? Yeah, sure. But when you have a child, we have to take that into consideration as parents. You definitely have to remember that your ultimate goal and your ultimate job is to raise the best child that you can be, or that you can raise. And coming back to Tisha, her tactics and how she was approaching Gannon, that's not healthy.
I
That's
think
damaging.
there's also a societal issue here, that we put so much pressure on people to, we've got issues with, you've got to earn a certain amount of money. You got to compete. You got to push. You got to be at work at 8. You got to, all the demands of what we call work today. What you're asking is that adult will not be around the child. We somehow don't put a lot of value on that.
Right.
We keep producing dysfunctional adults. We just
We
keep
do.
doing it.
We do.
Without introspection. It's like, yeah, hey, there's another one. There's another one. There's another one. And it's like, and then we crash and we burn. And then who are the sacrifices?
The children.
Gannon's a sacrifice to the system in that way.
Yes.
You know, the
Yes.
dad's gone. The dad's working for the military. The mom is split apart. You know, I think someone wrote here that she was I don't even know if it was her or Landon that was born when the mother was 14 years old.
That was
Someone wrote,
actually not true.
is that
That
that's a false statement?
that is a false statement. I corrected that quite a few days ago. There's a page called Astrology and Crime, and it's a very interesting page to follow. And they had the wrong birth date for Tisha. And the
Okay.
birth date they had for Tisha would have had her having her daughter Harley when she was 13. We have since clarified that that's not true. Tisha is about 35 to 36. So
Okay.
she did not have a child when she was 13 or 14.
Okay.
So, yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming on here. It's always
You're
great to
welcome.
hear your perspectives. It's been great talking to you. I think I'm going to let you go. I have some other things to cover and some stuff I
For
need
sure.
to pull up on the screen. But
For sure.
definitely, I would love to collaborate with you some more on this. And I'm going to reach out to you. And there's a private chat here. I'm going to give you my email address if you don't
Okay.
mind
Yeah, for sure.
getting a hold of. Do you see the private chat button?
The private chat button.
There's
Yeah,
a tab over on the left or on the right. I'm sorry.
there's a button that says chat. Here's the thing. Just send me something. You can do it through my channel on YouTube, whatever. Just
Okay.
direct message me through there, and you can just give me whatever information you want. I just want to say thank you for having me on, for valuing what I have to say, for giving me an opportunity to at least speak from my perspective. And I know that, yeah, this is your show, this is your deal. So I'm just happy to, if I can contribute any way that I can. And I just want to say I really like and love what you're doing.
Thank you
And
very much.
yeah,
Thank
it
you.
can't go unsaid how much we appreciate it.
Thank you. And I am honored to have you on here with me. You're very knowledgeable and very controlled. You're able to think in various directions, and I appreciate that very much. Very
Well,
much.
thank you so much. I'll let you get back to your running your show. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. No problem. Have a good night.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, guys, I hate to disappoint you, but you're back to just me. I know everybody loves hearing from Mark. He's so insightful. He has some great, great knowledge and experience, and so thankful to have him here. It's a definitely puts things into perspective. I will drop Mark's channel name at the end. I'd like the chat just to focus on this case at this time. I'm going to drop his channel for sure, and we will be able to get you guys all in touch with him. So I have some other stuff I'm going to go through. I do need to take like a 30-second break. I need to send a text and see something really quick. So bear with me. I'm sorry for the delay. I also need to get my phone on the charger because I'm at 1%. Thank you, Will. That's kind of you. That is kind of you. And I am actually, you guys, I'm going to bring Will on with me. And I ask that everybody be kind and respectful, please. And just listen to us talk, friends. And we have some disagreeing points on this. And that's fair. We are both entitled to our opinions. So if we debate it out, please don't take it as arguing. It might sound like we're arguing, but we're not. I promise me. And Will just said that he will be a good boy. So I'm going to hold you to that, Will. I'm going to hold you to it, buddy. I'm going to drop you a link and have you come on here with me So everybody be kind, please, please. And I'm going to go through this stuff with Will on the channel with me, the stuff that I have to go through, because I cannot be up till 4:00 tonight. So we're going to talk. We're going to go through this stuff. And what's funny, Casey, that me and Will might argue. I guess that's how you know you have a friend, right? What were we? We were speaking at 6:00 this morning, actually, you guys. So because we didn't see eye to eye on a couple things. Oh, Will being a good boy. He's going to behave. I know he's going to behave. He doesn't want me cracking my whip. Yes, no rude comments, please, about Will. He's not a troll. I don't want to see rude comments in the chat about him. I ask that everybody be kind to anybody that comes on panel with me and anybody who is in the chat. So we'll wait for him to join us here. How awesome is Mark, though? Mark is awesome. He's like my new favorite person. No offense, but he's so intelligent and educated on these topics, and it's great to hear his perspective. Absolutely, Doodlebug. Hope for Gannon. Hope for Gannon. We have to hope. Will, I dropped you a link. Bye, Irish. I love you. Yes, and Mark is very logical. Very logical. He's a talented man. I love hearing his perspective. And I love how he picks my brain. He makes me think about things. That is something that I absolutely enjoy. I was telling, I believe, Amy this last night. I love it when people question me. I don't want people to always, in the chat, I don't want you guys to always agree with me. Throw me questions. Throw me questions. Make my mind work. Make me think of other things that there could be, because I'm only human, and sometimes I can focus on one thing and not see other things that other people are seeing. So, Will, I dropped that link for you if you're down there. Philly wins. Just think if we were all in a jury for this case. Yeah. Look at the video at 13 seconds. It's Gannon crouching down. I'll do that for sure, Kristen. For sure. Come on. The bio mom is not on adult sex sites. You're right, Des Harris. Aquarians do like being challenged. We like being challenged, but don't ever tell me what to do. That's my personality. I have a hard time with being told what to do. Correct, Amy. That is an accusation made by Tisha. So, mods, if you see people, anybody saying anything bad about Landon, please time them out, because Landon is not a factor in her son's disappearance. as in she's not a suspect. There's no reason for people to be slandering her name. Thanks, Amy. Thank you. Hybrid, it's not too often I spend multiple hours on YouTube without feeling guilty for wasting time. I never feel that here. Time well spent with both you and Mark. Thank you very much. Oh, we got Will in the house. Will's here. All right, I'm going to bring Will in, guys. Yeah, Allison, those pictures of the tattoo modeling site, they were hardly nude photos. She was clothed, and I think Tisha put that out there, and it's just another testament to Tisha's absolute anger and resentment and her trying to get her way. All right, here comes Will, guys. So please, I ask that you bear with us through this and let us discuss this, and it's going to be interesting, I promise. What's up, William?
What's up?
What's up?
Yeah, the main reason I wanted to come on panel is because I wanted to try out my new webcam. I got a new webcam.
Oh, hey, you look great. Yeah. You totally got a new webcam. It's all bright.
Right?
It's all bright.
It's all weird and grainy.
Yeah.
See my junk grainy at all over. No, well, not now.
Clean your room, Will. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
No, you're right. You're totally right. I'm a total bachelor slob.
It's totally cool. It's cool.
Yeah.
So, what were your thoughts on Mark?
Oh, I'll get to that in just a second. But I wanted to address the whole nude sites or whatever with Landon, right? Mm-hmm. Somebody saying that. Yeah. I don't know. This is the first time I've heard about it, but honestly, who cares though? Right?
Yeah. You know well, yeah. And
what difference does that make? You know what I'm saying? Like what does that even say anything negative about her character?
No, it doesn't. And the thing is it was like a inked site or something like that. And my God, her belly showing and a little bit of her back. She's got clothes on. It was an absolute dig on behalf of Tisha. Tisha posted it today, so now people are talking about it, and who cares? That is irrelevant to this case at this point. That is irrelevant.
I hope, even if it is the case, I hope she got paid. Sex workers are workers, man. Good for her.
Whatever works, whatever floats their boat, man.
That's what I'm saying, man.
I mean, Tisha had herself on Sugar Daddy's site, so I don't think she's one to be throwing stones at a glass house.
Nah. So. No, absolutely not. As far as Mark goes, I was really impressed. I think he's a really, really smart guy. I think he's really, really I think he's very objective. Mm-hmm. Which is as it's no secret that's my biggest peeve, is a lack of objectivity. Mm-hmm. And he was making some really interesting points. A lot I agreed with, some I didn't really agree with, but I mean that's anybody, Mm-hmm. But I think my impression of him was the same that I get from you or really anybody else in this chat or on the panel, is that they really care about Gannon and want him to return home safely. So
right, absolutely. We all want him to be brought home. And I do think, Will, that we need to be realistic at this point. And, we're at 2 weeks. This is an 11-year-old little boy. And I said that earlier. And even Mark said the same thing. We don't have to agree on that, but that is the reality. The reality is that, and I know that you don't like going there. I know that, but
I'm not going there till the cops do. It's just the way I am, Right, I'm just not doing it. I'm not faulting anybody else for doing that necessarily. I get heated and I get passionate. My passion comes from the same place that yours does, which is this case upsets me. I want to know where this boy is. I want to know what happened to him. And that's all that is. And he's, you know, and Mark made a very good point. There is definitely something about him. And there's a lot of us that can really relate to him, and we relate to him on a very emotional level. We've been that hurting child. We've, you know, at least half of us are products of a divorced family.
Right.
You know, it's not easy. My kids, I mean, I have a 19-year-old son and a 25-year-old daughter who is not biologically mine. She, I raised her as my own from the time that she was 3 years old. And she, it's crazy because, I, before my son was born, before my son was born, you know, I mean, I was 19. I'm not making excuses, but before my son was born, my methods of parenting were definitely very questionable. And in my mind and in my heart, I was doing the right thing, because I was just trying to raise a good girl.
Right.
But the thing about that was there was a lack of a maternal instinct, that I believe fathers have just as much as mothers do. There was a lack of that natural parental instinct with her that I developed with her once my son was born. It wasn't just for my son. I developed that with her. And after my son was born, maybe about a year or so after my son was born, was when she decided she wanted to call me dad and refer to me as dad. So, you know, but I'm trying to understand where Tisha's coming from and her methods, because that video is clearly, it disturbed me just as much as it disturbed anybody else. I still don't say that it's an indication that she committed a crime, other than possible child abuse prior to the videotape, or to the recording being made, but it's no indication of the worst necessarily to me. But I definitely found it extremely disturbing, and I've seen that behavior before. It's definitely for the most part, it's immature. The way that she's talking to him, you can tell that she's very, I got the impression that she was, it's hard to find the words for it.
I see her parenting as she is somebody who parents with putting fear into a child, and that is alarming to me.
I can't disagree with you there.
That video
I
makes me
think,
sick.
but I think that she also gets some sort of pleasure
Yeah.
from having that level of power over another human being.
She gets I see that. She gets pleasure over making that little boy weak, and that's sick.
And I think that comes from a place of low self-esteem on her part. I don't think that she thinks much of herself, and it's probably the way that she was brought up. She's probably had somebody her entire life cutting her down and telling her that she's no good and she'll never be anything, and who are you to talk to anybody, or you know what I'm saying? Man, I keep seeing that word in the chat. I loved what Mark said about labels. I want to reiterate that. I don't think any of us are qualified to label anyone any type of psychological, mental or emotional disorder. That's a diagnosis that none of us are qualified to make. And even a doctor can't do that by watching an interview and seeing a video, or reading Facebook posts. You have to sit down and talk with this person. You have to get to know them. Who knows what's going through her head? Who knows what's happening all around these other events that we're analyzing so much? We don't know what's happening around. Now, we can have a pretty good idea, sure, but we don't know definitively. So we can't just go around throwing labels around and saying you're a narcissist.
Let me stop you. Well, let me stop you for a second, though. Okay.
Sure.
I agree with you 100% on that. I agree with you. At the same time, we have no control over what other people are saying and thinking. So just roll with it, man.
Oh, no. Like, I'm not getting mad. I'm just addressing it.
I know.
People are saying stuff in chat, and I'm just addressing and reiterating what Mark said. And Mark made a really, really valid point. And it was nice to hear someone with his experience say those things.
Yes.
It was refreshing, to be honest. Because what he was saying was absolutely true. I think it can be dangerous to do that. And what it also does, what people don't realize, it also in a way kind of diverts responsibility from the person that's in question, right? So that's, but that what you don't realize you're doing, in a way, you're making an excuse for her and her behavior. So if you're trying to make her out to be someone who's responsible for something by labeling her one of these things, that's not the way to go about it. So just just keep that in mind. But yeah, I thought he was making a lot of interesting points. I loved that he was very open about his religious beliefs, and was not very and wasn't pushy about it in any way whatsoever, in the sense that he was saying whatever works for you. We have, and I love that, because the thought behind me starting my channel, that was definitely right up its alley. The things that he was saying, which it was nice to hear someone with his psychological experience say about being accountable and being aware of your actions and your behavior is important in order to make changes and make positive changes. And we should all be striving to make better changes for ourselves always.
100%.
And I agree with everyone that I don't see Tisha making much of an effort to do that at all. I see her being completely self-oblivious. I don't see her doing anything. I don't see her doing anything to she's not showing us a person who's capable of accountability and taking accountability for her actions. She's desperately clawing and taking jabs and shots at Gannon's mother, and she, for some reason, lacks the understanding of how damaging that looks for her and her character. It doesn't necessarily make her look guilty of a crime. It makes her look guilty of a crime to those those who are looking to find a reason to make her out to be guilty of a crime. Sure, but it definitely speaks volumes of her character as a person, and she's not showing any real concern for Gannon's whereabouts. She's
absolutely. Did you watch that video from Peter Hyatt?
No.
Because I would definitely, I'm going to send it to you so you can watch it after the show, because it's very, very insightful. I'm going to let you talk about Tisha for a minute and her not being accountable. If you don't mind holding it down for about 60 seconds for me. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. Yeah. Just focus on Tisha's lack of accountability and how she's truly self-destructing. She is self-destructing, and we are seeing it happen And as soon as I jump back on here, I'm
Yeah,
going to get into that.
she's doing a Mary Marlowe is what she's doing. She's totally just breaking down little by little. I mean, the worst thing, I mean, you know, let's be honest. Facebook has taught us, and even MySpace, we'll go back, you know, when we post status kind of airing our own dirty laundry, all of us, when we see people on our friends list that do that, depending on how close you are to them, they usually get a delete. You know, if they're really close family, maybe not, obviously, but you know, nobody wants to hear that, because it speaks volumes of that person. They're, you know, they're just putting negativity out there, and nobody wants negativity even on their social media page, on their news feed. Nobody wants that. So let me see. I'm looking at chat here too.
All right, I'm back. I am going to.
Right, Mignon, I totally agree with you. It shows her terrible actions, or I think it shows more of her terrible character, but it does not show that she's guilty of the crime that people are afraid took place and fear took place. We still don't have any evidence that that even happened, but if she's trying to divert attention away from her from that, she's going about it all wrong. And you know, she's making the people like if there's people that are judging her and accusing her of something crazy, this isn't making those people think any less of her, or think any better of her, or it's people aren't people are definitely more fueled now that they see these things, and we're already in a place. I mean, if I'm in a position like that and people are picking apart no matter it would be apparent to me that people are picking apart anything I do, anything I say, no matter what, and trying to tie it into the narrative that I had something to do with this disappearance.
Right.
So I'm not going to be posting shit on social media. I'm going to stay as quiet as possible. You know, but that's me, you know. I mean,
well, I to be fair, I think that's the majority of us, and that brings me to this. I'm going to go ahead, because I don't think you've seen all of T's social media posts. I'm going to go ahead and read them. For anybody in chat, I have dropped the link several times to the Facebook group. They are all in there. And it's not that I'm even trying to recruit you to a group. It's just easier for me to show you all of this in one place than to do constant screen shares on live. So, and there's a lot. There's a lot that she has posted. There's a lot that she has said. And it's honestly too much to pull up on the screen. So I'm just going to read some of it, because I'd love to hear you guys, your input on this, and I want you to hear what she had to say. I know you haven't seen any of it, right, Will?
No. I think she's somebody said something about her poking the bear. In a way, she's poking the bear. Casey Me Too says that. I think that she believes that this is part of the reason why I doubt that she had anything to do with, or at least directly had anything to do with, Gannon's disappearance. And I'm not saying that I completely doubt it. I'm just saying there are reasons that make me doubt it and reasons that make me suspect her. But I do have doubt, and that doubt comes from things like her posting all this stuff. People are saying it makes her look bad, but I don't get the vibe that she's that smart to create this type of misdirection to make people like me believe that she's not smart at all. And I don't think, I just don't see her being smart enough to pull off something like this where there's no trace. She hasn't left a trace of evidence behind to where police can put her into custody. So that right there speaks volumes to me. The fact that she's not in custody yet, and yet she still seems very, very not smart. She's
That
not a
doesn't
master.
that
She's not a
that doesn't
master criminal.
it
Uh,
doesn't mean anything though that she's not in
it it
custody
it
there yet.
it it doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying it's one of those possibilities that come up to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying, hey, that's it. You know?
Philly Wins has a great point, and I just this brings me to I'm going to wrap these 2 points together. Yesterday, somebody told me on Facebook I should have been a lawyer, and my response, my response to them was, "Yep, my ex-husband used to tell me I would have been a really good prosecutor." And Philly Wins just said, Will is the kind of person you would want on your jury if you were accused of a crime. He is very objective and sticking to the facts. I agree with that. So we have someone here, Will, my friend, who is able to be objective, and we have me here who's able to act like a prosecutor. So it's an interesting dynamic up here. But I'm going to go ahead and read what T said, and I just want you to listen, if you don't mind, Will, and everybody in the chat. I know you're going to listen.
Wait, are you talking about the Facebook post that she posted earlier today?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I actually have that. Doodlebug actually emailed it to me.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
my chat.
but
My
go
chat
ahead and read it
Yeah.
again. Yeah, please. I would love to refresh my memory as well, please.
Yeah, that's the chat wants to hear it. So here we go. So this was T's post this morning. I believe it was late morning. She began with, I want to thank my family and friends in the Carolinas who know my character and my dedication to our family. I have sleepless nights every day, wondering what could have happened differently. Don't let the media fool you with videos and false info. I have cooperated with everyone and given them all that they ask for. Sometimes they let social media create these accusations to keep them busy because people involved in that nonsense have no interest in finding Gannon. With that said, I will only tell the truth, not accusations. I have
And here
spent the
comes
last
the hard left turn. Here we go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just let me read it and then we can
it's funny to me that she always starts off great and then can't help herself to go and then
right.
just like fuck
Yeah.
herself up.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely I want
that
to
amusing.
I want to dissect this after I
Right.
get through
Okay,
it.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, you're fine. You're
I
fine.
couldn't resist.
I know. I hear you. Okay, so where did I leave off? Okay, sometimes they let social media create these accusations to keep them busy because people involved in that nonsense have no interest in finding Gannon. With that said, I will only tell the truth, not accusations. I have spent the past 6 years of my life fighting for custody battles, helping Albert pay for it all, was the only person who stood by him in the courtroom after courtroom. I took the kids from coast to coast to be with each parent, even driving through the night, extreme weather conditions, and countless amounts of airplanes. This is not to bash any parent going through pain, but to say that I have pain as well. Everyone remembers months upon months when I was the only provider. Albert in Alaska and Landon was all over the place. We rescued the kids from horrible homes, living in motels, guns in the back of their cars, their houses getting robbed, all the way up until I got the Instagram messages saying that she could not take care of them anymore. Out of love for my stepkids and my husband, I stepped in, delayed getting my doctorate, took care of them because I wanted to, took them on adventures that most kids their age would never see. My husband had to prep the kids every time they went with their mom for their safety until we eventually had them in our home 90% of the time. He works crazy hours, lots of schools, trainings, and took care of our needs. I took care of these two children like my very own. I wasn't perfect, but everyone saw all of our pictures and the love I gave them. Was it hard sometimes? Of course, because I grew up with my stepsister and all of our families got along with no problems. So it was difficult navigating through that. But I want everyone to know that it is well with my soul because I would never harm a child, especially not our children. On Sunday, we went on a hike, and Gannon was there crying with me because I was crying. It was the day that Kobe passed, but he had no idea who he was, just that I was upset. I had every intention of covering up the fire that he started and protecting his feelings from what punishment he thought he was going to get. That was our plan the next day, was to rectify the situation so that his little heart could stop crying. I have the video because somehow my phone was recording and you can hear how sorry he was. I have the pictures after we returned. I have the pictures after what? I have the pictures after we returned, so please don't believe what these people are speculating. Albert is hurt. He has a lot on him, and he has always left me in charge of the kids. He has to go through his emotions, but will start to remember how I helped rescue them and have been our family's rock. I'm going to make the next post just about Gannon, but I wanted to clear up some of these accusations and lies. These people have painted me to be this horrible person, and I want people to know the truth. That I had the kids, because they were in an unfit situation in which a guardian ad litem placed them solely with me until Albert left Alaska. I rescued them because I love them. That's the kind of person I am who would continue to love and treat them like my own, always and forever. Call it what you want, because I sit back, let people say horrible things that just wasn't true. Just some of the facts. There are at least 100 more of why they are safe with us, so they need to be looking at finding Gannon, not blaming me. They always made up stories and lies because we ended up giving the children a better life and I was the target. Now the next one will be about G. So that is.
Yeah.
Let me just.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's all about her and what she did. What she did. She was the rock. She was the protector. She did this. She did that. That's fine. That's great. She wants recognition.
Irrelevant.
Right. I have a hard time with a woman or any person who is looking for recognition in a situation where a child's life is in danger.
Yeah, she's given me that vibe. Like, she's given me that vibe. Like, she just doesn't understand the magnitude of what's happening. She's focused on and created a magnitude of something that doesn't have any magnitude to this situation. And she's focused on that. So I think she honestly believes that she's doing something right in what she's doing. I don't think that she's doing anything really smart or deceitful right now. I think that she's stripped off her clothes and running through the yard naked. You know what I'm saying? I don't see her doing anything. I don't see her being this deep, mastermind in what she's doing right now.
I do.
I think that she kind of thinks that she is, maybe. But
I think she's 100% trying. She's 100% trying to deflect. She literally, in this post, she says,
I agree,
don't
Tracy.
don't let the media fool you with videos and false information. Come on. I feel like that's somebody saying, "Oh, that's fake news. That's fake news." I can't with that. I can't. Get out of here.
Well, I mean, but that's another conversation. But
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
I do. I'm getting the vibe from her that she's more like, you know, again, like we're in agreement as far as it's all about her. You know, she doesn't understand the magnitude of this situation, and she's.
I
I mean,
disagree. 100%
fair enough.
understands the magnitude.
Let me get through this thought real quick because I'm stupid and I'll forget. But I think what she's doing is it's kind of like somebody who's everybody's going, you need to do this and you need to do that and you need to do this, and she doesn't respond well to that. So she just passive aggressively lashes back, you know, and somebody going, this is an emergency and something needs to be done and we need you to do something. And then she's the type to go, well, as soon as you say please, then I'll do it. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and all you want to do is, you know, like it reminds me of that scene in Pulp Fiction where the wolf is like, all right, fine, yeah, pretty please with sugar on top. Fine, fucking Gannon, let's go. Come on, you know, get on board with us. Get on the same page with the rest of us, please.
Right.
You know, what do I have to do? If I gotta get down and shine your shoes, I will. Whatever it takes. What do you need? You know, let's get on with this. You know, let's get past you and find Gannon.
Here's some other things that she said, Will. She said, this was in reply to somebody. Yes, sure do, because he was worried his Switch was getting sold. So who cares what method? You don't understand that education has nothing to do with something when someone is scared. And heck yes, if you do something, then you have to help fix it, child or no child. I could have sold the Switch, but I said something valuable to me, showing how much I wasn't going to tell on him. She spoke about selling a sofa. How the hell is a sofa valuable to you? I mean, you're not talking about your freaking wedding ring. You're not talking about a family heirloom. You're talking about a couch.
And I want everybody to understand
I have a problem.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything you're saying. I totally agree. I want people to understand something. This person, she reminds me of somebody like in a very eerie way. I mean, she's her. It's crazy. And this is not someone that I would ever be quick to defend, by the way. But for certain reasons, I might, to be fair. But you know, so I promise you that I'm making a conscious effort to be objective here. I really am, because I don't like this woman and I don't like her behavior. But I'm just not seeing anything so far that connects her to a possible crime that has taken place necessarily. I'm seeing more, honestly. I'm leaning more towards the theory that he ran away and something happened.
I'm not, because police changed his status to missing and endangered. Right. They're telling you, Will. Law enforcement is telling us he did not run away. And you yourself had said, you have said this. You believe what law enforcement says.
So right, but I'm not agreeing that that's what they're saying, is what I'm saying. I realize that they changed his status to missing and endangered, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he has been kidnapped. That does not necessarily mean that he has been hurt and disposed of. God
endangered is serious.
I mean, they brought in he's an 11-year-old boy and he's on his own.
They brought in the FBI Special Crimes Unit for children. That's serious. That is serious.
Of course, because he's a missing 11-year-old boy.
There's more to it than that. There's more to it than that.
I don't think we know that, though. Not yet. You know, that's just me. I mean, this is where we're going to agree to disagree.
Yeah, we have to agree to disagree because we've battled this out and we've talked about it, and we both are are stuck in our beliefs, and I respect that. I respect your viewpoint,
Right.
and I know that you respect mine, and that's fine. We'll agree to disagree on it. I just, you saw the timeline I gave the other day about Petco. That's alarming, Will. You can't ignore that. That's alarming.
Now, yes, true. Let's get back to that. I want to address Darwin's comment. He says that the little boy was last seen in her time watch, and I want to also be very clear. I'm holding her responsible as far as he was her responsibility. So I'm not saying that I'm holding her responsible for a crime that may or may not have taken place, because I'm not convinced of that yet. What I'm saying is, she was responsible for him at the time of his disappearance. So there's definitely a level of accountability on her part that needs to be addressed, and she needs to at least admit to. And the fact that she's not addressing that account, she's not taking accountability and addressing the fact that she was responsible and owning responsibility and accountability is a real bad look. It's a real bad look.
Right. So let me read something else that's a really bad look. Okay. This is T's response earlier on another post. Give me a break. You guys are fooled. This girl cared nothing about Gannon and all the reason Albert is supporting her until the truth comes out. The girl would go days without calling her kids, gave them up for a man, was involved in criminal activity, got on drugs, and posted nudes. I don't really care what any of you say because she is a piece of shit getting money off of her child when she don't have shit and ain't ever been shit. Her fake cries are to
You
sucker.
saw how thug she got all of a sudden. All of a sudden, the
Well,
real Tisha came out there. Yeah.
The thug in me wants to come out on Tisha because I cannot stand this.
Oh, I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
There's more.
We're eye to eye as far as our opinions of this post. Absolutely. I'm not.
There's more.
Yeah.
There's more.
Yeah.
Her fake cries are to sucker you all in, just like she did for years with Albert. Finally, he realized and the kids came home. This was an accident, not some tragedy. And Gannon is alive. You are some wannabe reporters behind a keyboard. I was there. I had contact with Albert. He knows the truth. Let's stop right there. This was an accident, not some tragedy, and Gannon is alive. I was there. That's huge. That's huge.
Say that. Repeat that one more time.
This was an accident, not some tragedy, and Gannon is alive. I was there. I have contact with Albert. He knows the truth. G didn't want to be there because they pawned his items, and I don't know what the rest.
So
of that
are you under, based on that one line right there? Are you under the belief? Are you of the belief that law enforcement knows what happened to Gannon and they just haven't made it public yet, and they're trying to investigate whether or not it was a criminal action or not?
I am under the belief that they're 100% investigating Tisha, and I will go as far as saying that I am under the belief that this is a search and recovery effort at this point. They're not telling you that, but I do believe that.
I have no reason to doubt you as far as that goes, based on that line, and yeah, I mean that does make sense to me. That absolutely does make sense to me.
I cannot ignore what's in front of my face. And, we had this conversation last night. This stuff that she says about Landon, you guys, I have Landon's background report. I have it. I have Landon's. I have Albert's. I have Tisha's. You know who has criminal activity on their background report?
Tisha. Right.
Tisha wants to talk shit about Landon being with a man that apparently has criminal activity. Okay, that's fair. But in the same respect, Tisha has criminal activity. She sent I hate using that word. Sorry. She sent bomb threats. Will.
Yeah, only
She
only
violated probation. She has assault
yeah,
charges.
only a jackass makes bomb threats, man. I mean, depending on the severity of how dangerous said jackass is, a jackass nonetheless. Only a jackass makes bomb threats. So that right there speaks volumes of her character for sure. Now, is she the type of person who has to know how to make a bomb? I doubt it. And actually
Yeah,
follow
no,
through with a
that's
bomb? No, I doubt it.
that's all
But
just irrelevant. That's just a testament to her character. That
sure,
I mean that you can't deny that's a testament to somebody's character when they have these violent and it wasn't, from my understanding, from what I looked at, she was in trouble for one thing and then she did another thing and she caught some, she got in big trouble. These
that's
might
a
be
bit that
misdemeanors. These might be
that
misdemeanors, but these are violent misdemeanors.
right. True. Caleb is making a good point here. Bomb threats to who or what? Do we know who she made the bomb threats on?
We don't. I have
What type of building it was? What was it a
I
business?
believe it was Amy might know or might remember. Amy, if you do, can you put it in the comments? She's I don't know. I just have I have it posted in the
because
group.
I remember you reading, because IVH is saying, could that be why she lost her teaching license? I mean,
No,
I don't know.
No, I went through that.
Right.
That's not why she lost her teaching license.
Because I know that you read out loud here on one of your lives that I know you read out loud here that like what the actual document of her losing her teaching license.
Yes.
I remember reading that, but that could be that she was engaged in something else that they knew about but didn't prove it. It's funny. It's when I won custody of my son, and I don't.
She was not a teenager. Hold on, Anne. You're saying she was a teenager. She was not. She was not a teenager.
When I fought for custody of my son and I won, it was based on the accusation that and I'm getting really personal here, which I probably shouldn't, but I'm just trying to make a point.
Oh, go ahead. I get personal all the time.
Well, let me say this much. There was a reason, a very, very valid reason why I took my son in and fought for custody of him tooth and nail. And there was a very valid reason, but that wasn't the reason that I was awarded. Technically, according to the agreement, to the custody agreement, I had to file for joint custody in order to ensure that I got it. There were a lot of technicalities involved. The state we were in, my son's age at the time, whether or not he wanted to live with me or her, and there was things that are going to be a lot easier to prove, or a lot that are going to get the results that we were looking for.
Hold on one second. I'm going to address the chat. Please, again, do not spread false information about Landon. Don't do it. You will be timed out. My mods will time you out. We're not doing that here. Thank you. Sorry, Will.
Shit, I would just boot them, to be honest. They know better. I'd just be like, blocked. You're not going to contribute anything good here. But that's you. It's your channel. But anyway, yeah, my attorney went about it in a strategic way in order to get the results that we needed and we were looking for. He had to go about it a different way. In theory, it felt like, well, we should just present this and say, this is what happened. And this is exactly why he's coming to live with me. Why not? But my attorney knows the law a lot better than I do because he's an attorney and I'm not, obviously. And he was like, well, this is what we're going to do. There's a chance that we won't get the results that you're trying to get. But if we go this route and we focus on these things, there's a better chance. And so I had to trust my lawyer. So I'm thinking, and obviously a custody battle is a little bit different. I'm just mean in the sense of legalities and the process of executing certain things and getting a certain result. It's probably possible that she lost her teaching license because there were things going on in her behavior and her practice as an educator that were not okay, but probably difficult to prove. And so they went the route that they could to ensure that she was not going to be a licensed educator any longer. Does that make sense?
That's possible. It is possible. However, the specifics on her losing her license are this. She took a teaching job, okay? She took 2 teaching jobs, actually. She contracted herself with 2 different school districts. She went to Landon School District, the school district that Landon was in. She did her
Is Landon also an educator?
Yes, she is.
Okay,
and I'd like to highlight one of Landon's family members is down in the chat, and thank you for being here. Thank you. I know that Landon is a good mother, and I appreciate you being here. We won't allow anybody to say anything poorly about her.
Absolutely not. Out of respect for her, I say, do not allow any comments that are negative towards this family whatsoever.
Right.
Just out of the sheer respect of this person joining our chat. Thank you for being here.
Right. Absolutely. So anyways, the whole teaching thing is Landon took 2 separate teaching contracts. Okay. She went to Landon's school district and she completed her beginning of the year training or whatever. And then she ghosted them. She just
who does that, dude?
And then her
you do that at a job at a fast food joint. You don't do that at a teaching job when you have a doctorate in education.
I'm not even. I can't even verify the doctorate. Okay, I can't even verify. You can't verify
fair enough.
At this point. So, and her excuse for doing this was to target Landon. In her excuse, she gave 2 excuses. One excuse was that, they were planning for a military leave. And the other excuse was that the superintendent's niece, and she was referring to Landon, was making accusations or making threats and harassing her, blah, 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 blah. And Landon actually addressed this. I can't even speak, you guys. Addressed this on social media and said,
your vocabulary is still better than the doctorate in education, that we're speaking of. So it's all good.
You guys have to forgive me because when I get fired up and I start talking, I kind of get.
If you have a better vocabulary than somebody who we know that has a doctorate in education, then you're doing all right, man. Don't worry. You're allowed to slip up.
Well, as embarrassing as it is, as many years as I spent in school, I should have a doctorate, but I don't. I only have a bachelor's. Anyways, so this whole going to Landon School District comes off as another intentional provocation on behalf of Tisha. Why would you go work at the school district where your new husband, his ex-wife works, and you are the one who broke up that family? I can tell you, if I lost my job tomorrow,
that's obsessive, man.
The last place I'm going to go work is at the place that my ex-husband's current thing works at. Okay?
It's like she's doing it just to be vindictive and it's like she's doing it to be like super like.
This shows a pattern history because this doesn't just start with the social media stuff that we see. This starts it looks like years prior. She was targeting her. She was targeting Landon years ago, and it's very sad. It's very sad. As Tana says, to torment her. She wanted to torment Landon. Is Landon your sister or cousin or something, Tana? I'm not sure what your relationship is to her, but I know that you are related to her.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you won. You got the man.
So then
You know
you
what
have
I'm saying? Like, why? I don't
right.
get.
Then you have to take this in context, Will, and you have to look at it and you have to say, okay, if she's been tormenting Landon for years, she's been trying to shame Landon for years, she's been trying to slander Landon for years, and she has Landon's children in her care.
Sure.
The last person I am ever going to trust with my kids is somebody who hates me.
So you're
Because
saying
if they hate me,
possible motive.
yes,
Yeah,
if
right.
somebody hates me,
And I want to reiterate possible motive. We don't know that a crime took place, but this is the thing I want you to understand also, especially everybody in chat as well. I never said that Tisha is not responsible or not guilty of committing a crime. I've never said that. What I've said was that I'm not ready to say she has,
yes,
because we honestly don't know yet. So I want to be very clear about that. I just don't feel comfortable saying that someone did.
Hold on.
But
Star Shooters, that was my point. If somebody hates me, okay, the last person I want around my children is the person who hates me.
Well, she lost. I mean, Albert and her won the custody agreement, and Tisha won the custody agreement. Did they not? She doesn't have say. She doesn't have a choice.
I have the custody agreement.
Landon didn't have a choice.
Like yeah, she did. It's not even like that. Landon, I have the custody agreement. I'm going to pull it up, but Landon did have a choice. I mean, she still was involved in her children's lives, okay? And Landon addressed this the other night on social media. She asked them when she was pregnant to take Gannon and Lena and take care of them because she was hospitalized. She was in the hospital and she had a difficult pregnancy. So she was on bed rest inside the hospital, and she asked the father of her children, because their custody agreement is back and forth. It's like 50-50. And that happens a lot in the military. You will see that happen. One of our researchers on our team, she has extensive history in the child welfare system, okay? And she pointed out the other day that she has seen it be done with military families, that the children spend 1 year with one parent and 1 year with another. So, and yes, Tana, you make a very great point.
It depends on the state. It depends on the judge. It depends on all kinds of things when it comes to custody fights, custody agreements. It depends on a shit ton of factors. So there's no.
So let me point this out right here. Landon's family member, this is a great point. She just pointed this out. Albert had more money, or Albert made more money, and that is huge. That is huge when it comes to custody of children and being able to fight for custody of children.
I won custody of my son as a manager for a pizza joint. As an assistant manager for a pizza joint.
Your circumstances are completely different, though. This is a man who's in the military. He is a lieutenant in the military. He had a wife who was clearly calling the shots.
What state was this in?
South Carolina. He
right.
had.
Well, we don't know if it's a dad-friendly state. We don't know if it's a mom-friendly state, because some laws are more mom-friendly when it comes to custody fights. I was in Georgia. Georgia was more of a dad-friendly, so I had that going for me. Dad's rights. A lot of states are getting more aware of dad's rights that are not being recognized, and so some states are still behind on that. But some states are front runners on it.
Hold on, Tana, would you like to come on and talk? If you'd like to come on and talk to me on behalf of Landon, you're more than welcome to. You're more than welcome. Just let me know.
And no pressure, but yeah, I think it would be extremely beneficial to have somebody who knows Landon advocate for her.
Yeah,
here.
see, this is what the point I was trying to make, Will. Like Tana said, he had military lawyers that could help him with this, okay?
Military does not pay for lawyers, Selp, he says.
Okay, this is her family member speaking. So I don't know, Sal P, are you related to them? Because
okay, yeah, it's fair.
I mean, Landon's family member is telling us this in the chat. And the military does provide lawyers.
But even for civil cases, for personal civil cases?
Yes, you can use a military lawyer.
Interesting. I mean, I see the doubt in that. If I'm going to be honest with you, if
thank
Landon's
you, Tana. I appreciate that, Tana. You're always welcome to reach out to me, though, if you'd like to speak or there's something that you want me to say on behalf. I will. We are 100% supporting Landon and Albert, and finding Gannon.
Absolutely.
Yes, military law is different, Kelly. You're correct. It's different.
Yeah, well, I mean, if Tana had not said, otherwise, then I would have absolutely no reason to think that the military would provide a lawyer for a civil case.
Military is completely different. Yeah, it is completely different. You can.
I mean, I'm not in the military, so I don't know.
Yeah.
So I'm not disputing it. I'm not saying no, you're wrong. There's, I mean, I'm saying,
I was just trying to.
I'm saying I'm surprised. That's all. I'm saying I'm surprised.
I was just trying to explain to you, like your situation isn't comparable because their situation is a military situation. It's completely different.
Right.
When it comes down to lawyers and how
it is theory. Yeah, and I guess in theory,
that's right. The military always wins. You're right. They do.
Right. I guess in theory, the military would probably want to support families staying together to some degree. So it makes sense that depending on the circumstances, at least, they would probably do something to help keep one of their soldiers united with his immediate family. Absolutely. So I guess in theory, yeah, that makes sense.
Everybody in chat, since we have Landon's family member down there, throw her some prayers and blue hearts for Gannon. Hope and prayers and love. Send lots of love her way down there in that chat, guys. Please. Please. So you went to court with Landon, Tana. Aww.
Yeah, Casey Me Too is saying when it comes to military, I lost it. When it comes to military, JAG can and will get involved. It's civil versus soldier. My cousin went to law school on the military's dime. He was going to go on into JAG, but found out he was a bit too old. Okay.
Right.
That makes sense. When explained that way, it definitely makes sense.
Yes, it's completely different. It's just a different, different than what us civilians are accustomed to.
Right.
So, Bubba. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't get over that. Yeah, the lights at my job weren't blue tonight because I wasn't working, and I went in to work out, and I was like, oh, shit, somebody changed the colors. But I'll do it tomorrow. I'll make sure it's tomorrow.
Tana,
even though I'm off, I'm making sure. Fuck that.
Tana, I just want to let you know that I am about, I don't know, probably 1,100 miles away, and my house is lit up blue for Gannon. So every light outside is blue. My little boys, I guess they're not little anymore, huh? My 11-year-old boy's room and my 16-year-old boy's room, they have their blue LED lights going for him. So just know that there are people across this nation that are praying and supporting and hoping with your family. And we're all leaving our lights on and guiding him home.
Yeah, I would have even we have a marquee at my job too on the main road, and I would have even put something up for Gannon there. But the problem is right now, sadly, a very, very valuable team member at my job just lost his mother. So there's something up there for him, and thoughts and prayers for him and his family. So, but those blue lights, man, when I'm working, they're up. It's happening. And I won't take no for an answer.
Tana says, you're saying that military lawyers will be behind Albert in this as well. Can you elaborate on that?
And she says, G-Man is coming home. I know it in my heart. And I think many of us, most of us are with you on that. Exactly. I believe it in my heart too. I think he's something just tells me he's okay and he's coming home. I have to believe that. I have to believe that.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to believe that. BJ, you're right. Being an officer and having money makes a difference. It absolutely makes a difference.
Yeah. Yeah. Your income definitely affects a judge's decision on letting it, because it affects the child's well-being. It's a factor in the child's well-being of how well provided he's going to be.
Yeah.
How provided for he's going to be. So that definitely plays a factor.
Tana, yes. It's a full moon. She's going to crack. I am with you 100%, love. I am with you. I've been saying that all day. I've been saying that all day. Aw, Soul for Music just ordered blue lights.
And whenever we do these live streams, there's a little part of me that always hopes that the person we're talking about is watching and listening. There's always a little part of me that hopes.
I'm gonna go as far to say that I'm fairly certain that they are, because she had some friends leaving comments earlier that I had to
I mean, is it shocking in the slightest bit that she's a fucking troll? I mean, come on, dude. She's got all the makings of a troll. She's got all the makings of a troll.
No, this is beyond a troll. Yeah. This is she's.
Well, I mean, even still, no, yeah, I'm saying at least. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
I'm saying at least, yeah. It's no shocker that she would make a fake account and come on here and Landon sucks, and.
Oh, Mignon, that's not silly at all. That's actually a cute idea. I'm gonna do the same thing.
Yeah, that's not silly. That's pretty adorable.
I love it. That's adorable. I'm gonna do it when I get off of here, actually.
Nice.
Yeah, it is funny, Danette, right? She called us all detectives and came out blazing today like a troll. The full moon, Tana, you're right. The full moon does bring out the crazy. It absolutely does.
Casey, me too. I am concerned about your Mountain Dew consumption. I feel like every time I see you in chat and you mention something that you're drinking, it's always Mountain Dew. But you know what's really ironic? I'm drinking Mountain Dew as well.
Come on, you guys. I just drank a protein drink because I'm thirsty. I don't talk about your Mountain Dew. I want one. I'm just kidding. I really do want one.
Well, I'm drinking a diet Mountain Dew, even though I just had like wings.
Hey, you guys, everybody in the chat, please don't bombard Tana with questions. Please, she'll share what she wants to. Please.
Yeah, I definitely want her to feel as comfortable here as possible.
Yeah, let's make her feel comfortable.
We're very, very lucky to have her to have her here in the chat as a guest in our chat. So
yeah, she just wants to listen. I agree with you, Tana. I agree with you absolutely. Tana says she thinks it was a ploy to get Albert home and claim he ran away and then come out being the hero by finding him. Shame on her.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like she's capable of something that freaking crazy, because I mean, as crazy as that sounds, like she sounds, I just wouldn't put it past her, but it's so elaborate that by now I feel like she would have already came clean, I feel like it's been 2 weeks, you know what I'm saying? She would have, if that were the case, she would have already been like, look, I found him. And I was the only one he trusted. So he came to me and me alone because he doesn't trust his own mom.
Right.
Like that lady sucks, dude.
You know, really she's still in Colorado, Tana. Thank you. It takes a lot for me to publicly say that I dislike somebody that I don't even know.
Yeah, but
let me tell you,
I'm the same way. I'm the same way. Trust me. And I'm the only one. Look at how much scrutiny I've gotten just by saying, hey, you don't know that she's responsible for what's going on here. Look at how much I've gotten over it. But I'm still sitting here, and I always have been. Danielle, you can verify that. I mean, anybody who's been listening to this consistently since this case broke, and I saw that first interview, I was like, oh, this lady sucks. She's awful. She's not a nice person at all. Tana
says I heard that, Tana, that her and Albert had been fighting. I had heard that.
Tana, without getting too personal, don't answer if you don't feel comfortable. But I mean, if you were listening during Mark's while Mark was on panel, there was the talk of him being somewhat emasculated in his relationships. Would you say that that's an accurate assessment of Albert? That he tends to kind of just bow out and kind of give in very easily when it comes to the women in his life.
Oh, I'm sure, Kristen. I'm sure all eyes are on her. You guys are awesome in chat, by the way. You're awesome.
Well, yeah, Sarah McConnell, that's true, but that doesn't really apply in this case so much, I don't think. Sarah McConnell saying men with powerful jobs tend to date powerful women. I mean, I agree with that, but I don't think that applies to in this case necessarily. Because I don't think that she's very powerful at all.
Colorado charges 24 years for kidnapping. That's good to know. Tana, I wish there was that you could get in contact with me because there's a very, very similar case right now. Not right now. I shouldn't say that right now. That happened about 8 years ago. It happened in Morenci, Michigan. And it's very similar to this in the way that it involved parental figures, and to this day, and I'm not trying to take any hope away from you by any means, and I'm not saying this is what's going to happen with Gannon, but the 3 boys went missing on their father's watch. The father claims that they're okay, they're safe. He is currently serving a 10-year jail sentence or 10 to 15-year prison sentence for false imprisonment of those children because he refuses to say where they're at and all of the above. So that's interesting that you brought up the kidnapping charges. Yes, Amy, he may have perceived her as powerful. One, LE means law enforcement. So, I'm just going to go over some comments here. She wanted the money and the see that, Tana. I can see that. Gino, I think that EPSO is so hush hush because they have to be. That is a police tactic, and they have to keep things, close to their vest because they cannot. This is a serious, serious situation. They have to be able to keep things under wraps and not tell the public things if if they let too much out, then it could jeopardize finding Gannon. And EPSO maintains that they are, determined to bring Gannon home. So
yeah, Roha, RHOAZ. I don't know how you pronounce your handle here, but nothing has been confirmed by LE yet as far as that goes. The video footage from the neighbor hasn't even been confirmed by LE as evidence of any kind. So LE is I think I'm with you as far as there's that line that you read from Tisha's post is very, very troubling to me. The one I asked you to repeat. I'm with you on that. That's extremely troubling. That's the first thing I've heard that makes her actually sound okay. Sorry, I just saw your text.
no problem.
But I'm lucky I caught it too because I keep looking down. I got the chat in front of me. I got the chat next to me. I'm going, eh. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that's extremely troubling. But at the same time, again, she doesn't, I just, obviously I'm always being objective. I'm always trying to think of a flip side to a coin, right? I think there's always a flip side to every coin here. And so my flip side to that coin would be, she doesn't, we know that she's not good at verbally expressing herself at all. In any way whatsoever. She doesn't know how to find words to express herself properly.
So she knows how to find words to express herself. She shows us exactly who she is.
Does she though? I mean, she shows us exactly who she is, but with the intention of showing us somebody else, right? She's trying to convince us that she's mom of the year.
Let's not give her any tips. Let's let her keep on talking, Tisha. Keep talking, honey.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and it is to say the least, and I'm not to make light of an awful situation because I'm very, very troubled by all of this, but there's a side of her behavior that's almost entertaining. Her running her mouth the way she does, where you're just like, man, do you fucking hear yourself, stupid? What are you doing? And you just kind of laugh. Yeah, hybrid Pisces. What's funny is I was thinking that the other day, Tim Miller, but I mean, he's Texas. Maybe not. But There's probably a good reason.
Texas EquiSearch doesn't just limit themselves to
Yeah.
Texas.
Probably not. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine so. But I would think, and I was thinking that, man, Tim Miller being in the case, but he's probably still somehow or another, in some form or another, to some capacity, still involved in the Heidi Broussard case, even though Margot and Heidi were found. But I still feel like his hands are probably still full with that high profile case that is still very, very open, and we still don't have any updates on as far as there being an accomplice, which I do believe very much that there is, but that's another case. We won't get too deep into that.
Right.
But yeah, I wouldn't. We could cross our fingers for Tim Miller, but I wouldn't hold our breath for it. But yeah, I would love for Tim Miller to step in and help with this case. Absolutely. I'd feel a lot better about it.
I thought I had heard that he had been consulted about this case.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Tana, do you know if EquiSearch is involved in any way? It would be great to hear if they are, because Tim Miller is an amazing, amazing person. Hold on one second. I agree with you, Tana. My family is all from the South, and I agree with you. Tana said, we have a saying in the South, give a dog enough rope and they will hang themselves.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true. He did.
Yeah.
Tim Miller did an interview, Dawn, about Gannon.
That's interesting. Let's see.
Yeah, we're not, Allison. I don't think anybody's saying that Tim Miller does anything with prosecuting. If nobody knows who Tim Miller is, he is the owner of EquiSearch, and they specialize in search and rescue. Are you looking for an interview with Tim?
I am. All I'm seeing is, hold on. I don't see anything right now. Yeah, I see an article by Rhett Miller regarding Gannon, but not. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Maybe in videos.
They're not telling you much, Tana. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know what I just did with my camera, but because I can't see. But yeah, I'm not seeing. I'm seeing Tim Miller regarding the Heidi Broussard case, but not. Yeah,
Right.
So I don't know if he's actually done an interview or if it's. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Tim Miller. He's kind of like John Walsh. He had an event affect him personally that inspired him to make a difference and do things. So he has a personal stake in his work, and he does very, very good work. Yeah, and one might even argue that he does God's work.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. The fact there is a support group. I think somebody else had said this earlier, but there's a support group on Facebook for Tisha. So,
of course there is. Yeah, of course there is. I mean, it doesn't surprise me at all.
Thank you, and I love you guys.
And you know what? Let her have her support. You know what I'm saying? Like, let her have her support. It's whatever. Maybe that'll get her talking. Maybe that'll get her talking more. But
Kelly Girl, I don't know. Kelly Girl asked, what are the chances that T is waiting for a reward to be posted before letting him back home? I'm not sure about that. Somebody offered a $5,000 reward today on Facebook, so I don't think that that's the case. I mean,
I don't think so either, but that's more that that definitely sounds more likely than her just holding him to look like a hero. You know what I
right.
mean? Like money, you throw money in the mix and it just makes more sense for motive
Right.
every time. So
Right.
but yeah, there's some theories being thrown around that are pretty far-fetched. But what's crazy to me about that, though, these theories, they're far-fetched as hell, but Tisha's pretty far-fetched. Right? I mean, she's out there, dude. I didn't think that I'd ever see another person that resembled the person that she reminds me of. And there she is. She is like a spitting image personality wise. It's crazy.
You're gonna have to
Um,
elaborate to me in private on who you're
eh,
talking about.
yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, but this
Yeah,
I mean,
so
it's nobody here, it's nobody
no, 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 no. I
or
think it's
anything.
somebody in your personal life. Tana, I do
Oh yeah.
believe that is true. Um, if you need, I can give you the information to contact Tim Miller, because Tim Miller usually is contacted by family. So if family wants to reach out to him, he is fantastic. He is
Yeah, generally
absolutely.
yeah. I generally law enforcement isn't real big on bringing in a private
They support EquiSearch though.
yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, why not? Why wouldn't they?
Right.
But yeah, but generally, like they like to keep things. It's rare that you see, like in the Heidi Broussard case, it was refreshing because there were all these different agencies, but they all had the one goal and they were focused. I mean, these were all just like diehard Texans that were like, we're gonna find them, and there's
Right.
nothing gonna stop us. But a lot of times it's hard for these different agencies to work in accordance with each other because one agency wants more credit than the other.
Right.
Like you see in the movies, this is our collar. It happens
Right.
all the time. But
Hold on 1 second. I want to highlight a comment really quick. I gotta find it.
let me, while you're doing that, I want to read CS's comment. Tim Miller is highly renowned and has worked on many cases, including Kaylee Anthony. Tim Miller has located successfully 400 living missing persons alive and 238 bodies, according to the organization. Now, to me, those are good stats. When the amount of living versus dead is almost double of successful finds, that's refreshing. Yeah. Or is double, because CS is saying more than 400 in another comment here. So
Landon's aunt is high up and helping out there. And is she in North Carolina or South Carolina? And she's in politics.
ooh, that's good. Yeah, somebody with some political pool, they're gonna get decisions made, hard decisions made.
Right.
So that's good. That's good.
Right.
Yeah, that's good to know. So
Thank you, Amanda, for defending us. Thank you.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it at all. Super Carrig. I wouldn't doubt that there is a GoFundMe to go with that Tisha support group. I mean, I wouldn't doubt that for a second.
Right.
And it's all the more gross. But I mean, what are you going to do? That's one of those things in cases like this that you can't do anything about, and you just kind of have to accept it and realize, I mean, it sucks, but there's no sense in getting in a twist about it. It's just it's part of this crap,
Right. Absolutely. Well, guys, we've been on here for 4 hours. It's almost 2:15. I think we are going to wrap it up, but everyone knows the drill. Drop lots of blue hearts and love and hope and prayers for Gannon and his family before we say goodbye.
BJ Church, totally. I love that. She says, let all the crazies stick together. I like to visualize that support group as just one big room where they're all just kind of there and entertaining each other and themselves over there, just just do your thing. Just that's fine. Go ahead.
But that chat with blue hearts, everyone.
Let's do that.
I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm so thankful for everybody. Thankful for Mark coming on. I think this was a great discussion tonight. I'm thankful for Will coming on, and for everybody thank you. For everybody that hung out with me tonight and listened to all the stuff we had to talk about. I am so grateful for you. All of our moderators, you are amazing. I love you all. Thank you for all your hard work. And for everybody who keeps praying and hoping and keeps the hope alive for Gannon, don't give that up. Keep hoping, keep praying, keep your eyes open, your ears open.
Absolutely.
And let's bring this little boy home, guys. Let's bring him home.
Yeah. And real quick before we go, Danielle, I want to tell you, I told you in private, but I want to go ahead and say it publicly here for your chat. And many of them are part of my chats too. I love you very, very much, and I respect you very, very much. I think the work that you do is fantastic. And if I ever hurt your feelings, I swear and I promise to you that I would never do that deliberately. So I do apologize if I did hurt your feelings. I would never, ever deliberately do that. I love you very much.
Thank you. And I love you too. You know that we're friends. We're good. I appreciate that.
Yeah. This kind of thing, man, it can get people at each other, man. And we just got to remember we're on the same side here.
We are, and our hearts are in this. We're both parents. We're both parents. We both have children, and not that people who are following Gannon's story who aren't parents don't have their hearts invested in this. I'm not saying that at all. I just think, when I look at my 11-year-old little boy, I just have so many feelings for Gannon. And this case of Gannon missing definitely stirs up the emotions 100%. So again, thank you for being here, Will. I'm grateful for you. I love you too. And
thank you for having me. I had a great time.
Me too.
Yeah,
me too.
This was awesome. And I would love to chat with Mark. I think Mark would have a lot to offer my channel, just general information, not regarding this case, but I loved his insight and I loved his view on things. And I would absolutely love for him to contact me if he would be willing to. And I'd like to set something up to talk with him on my channel at some point. I think my listeners would get a lot out of it.
Definitely. So, all right, guys, thank you all so much. I love you all. Thank you for being here. I'm sure I'll be back tomorrow. It won't be as late though. So stay tuned till tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow is the day. Tomorrow is the day maybe that Gannon will come home. So good night, everyone. Yeah, or tonight. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys. Thanks.
Bye, Will.